He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world #2 and a bit of a superstar, Gatakamsky.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes d4, the d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
and welcome to round 6 of the Tata Steel 2023 Wijk tournament. I'm Peter Svidler, and with me is my good friend David Howell. Days are full of everything and long, but they are very, very exciting, and we expect the same today.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, my sound cut out there. Yes, you're right, Peter. The days are very, very long indeed. But it's been non-stop action, no boring games, no quick draws almost. And I've been loving analyzing all of these fascinating study-like endgames, these kind of dramatic attacks that we seem to see day in, day out at this point. And I've got to say, at some point it feels like it will dry up, but we haven't been disappointed
Not
so
far, no. And yeah, I wanted to say occasionally in the course of the same game, actually, because that game, clearly the game of the day, and arguably maybe even the game of the tournament so far, that Nordic won against Magnus yesterday. It began as a kind of a swashbuckling attempt by Magnus to shake things up. He sacrificed an exchange by move 15, and it ended being a very, very nicely played, very kind of a dry technical queen ending, which was won by Nordic in a fashion. I think Magnus himself would have been very satisfied with converting that position this cleanly and this straightforwardly. Very impressive stuff by the Uzbek youngster, who is now leading the tournament outright on, as you can see on your screen, on +3, 4 out of 5. Anish Giri, who started really well and who inflicted the first of the 2 losses in a row on Magnus in round 4, is half a point behind. And then there's a group of people on 3 out of 5. So obviously a very long tournament, still 8 rounds to go, plenty opportunities for everyone to shake things up in terms of the standings. But the content has been exciting, and I've always loved watching Wijk. This year in particular, I think we're getting a very, very good tournament.
Yeah, they seem to have invited the perfect blend, perfect mix of youngsters and slightly more experienced players. Yeah, I guess the big storyline of the day, Peter, will be Magnus. Can he bounce back? Can he stop the rot? I don't think I ever remember him losing 3 games in a row, or castling queenside, as they say.
Yeah. What's your record?
My record, I think 3 is. I've done 3 a few times.
Those are noob numbers, David. Those are absolutely amateur numbers. You have to pump them up. Yeah, I've done 4 twice in my life.
Oof. Okay, I'm
it's
sure
not fun.
Yeah,
it's not fun. I would not recommend it.
Yeah, one is enough. One is more than.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I think generally people do feel 1 is enough, but yeah, 4 is like a genuinely unpleasant feeling. And they came in very different circumstances as well. My first ever, I don't know if I've ever actually done 3. It seems like if I do 3, I do 4. My first ever was Linares 99, where I actually began quite well, and I was kind of full of hopes for the tournament in general. I thought, this might be, the year I do something in Linares. I came on, I think I was on +1 after round 4. And then I lost to, in some order, Vishy, Chucky, Gary, and Vlad.
Okay, so decent opposition.
Which can happen.
Yeah,
definitely any one of them separately can happen, but even 4 in a row, you can sort of imagine. But I also lost 4 in a row, 3 of them with white in a European Club Cup in 2018. And that one was kind of less explicable because I think I was at least 100 points above everyone I was playing, and maybe more. And I just kept on losing games, and it was just very odd.
Was that the year that your team won the cup anyway?
Yeah, they won. Basically, they just gave everybody a 1 board handicap and won very convincingly anyway.
And you nearly took down Magnus in the last round. I remember that. I was sitting next to it. You beat us, guys.
Yeah, I've decided to continue sort of blocking the board, and even had some winning chances somewhere along the way. Okay, so where do we go? The game of the round, I assumed, would have been the Nordic game against Prague, because this is, I think, on points. This pairing has the most points of any pair in the round. But there's plenty of other potentially very exciting action. Magnus is playing black against Jordan, and as potential bounce back games go, you would like to have the white pieces. But black against Jordan, I think, is sort of okay, because I don't think Jordan will be trying to... I don't think he is the kind of a guy to try and play kind of a dry, boring game, try to minimize risk. I think Jordan will go for it. I think they have a very healthy sort of mutual respect, and also they've worked together in the past, obviously. So those do tend to be quite interesting. And Magnus has played the Sicilian against Jordan there.
Yeah.
Bishop e2 is not the most exciting reply to Queen c7, which is kind of slightly giving the lie to what I was saying earlier, but we'll see. Even this could become quite interesting.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out Jordan hasn't had the best time himself so far, losing yesterday in painful fashion.
Yeah.
You were going to say anything catching the eye?
Yeah, like what's your pick? Because we have to...
maybe Giri Erigaisi. A lot of the games are very theoretical still. Is there a queen takes d4 Sicilian a bit lower down? That one looks like it could heat up, but still early days in all of the games. This one is still a mainline position, of course.
Yeah, Jordan does something very interesting here, though. I assume the point is, as is always the case, I think, these days, some sort of queen d3, g3 immediately, trying to use the fact that the queen on c7 is surprisingly a bit vulnerable to these types of things, because let's say you play d5 here, you get immediately met with queen g3, and your choices are sort of annoying, because these endgames have been, I think, shown not to be very easily equalizable. G4, G5 is very simply quite a strong play, and opening up the rook on h1 is generally quite nice for white. And black does have the bishop on c8, which is quite difficult to include in the game. And if you have to make a second move with the queen on c7, you're also not entirely happy, obviously. You don't know which other square you even like very much in these types of positions.
Yeah.
Magnus actually pausing here. Maybe he is considering taking with the queen, which wouldn't be outrageous. Lines like queen takes and then b5, bishop b7, rook c8, they have existed in all of these Paulsens for forever, basically. It's definitely something you could consider doing.
Yeah, the queen, I guess, is a bit of a target on c6, but yeah, like you say, it's similar lines as far as we know.
Yeah.
Yeah, other openings, there's, as usual, there's always an Italian, there's always
there's always somewhere an Italian somewhere, and
there's always a slower Spanish, a slower Italian in every round.
Ding, as we continue remarking on this, because it is somewhat unusual, and he was arguably maybe the last of the truly great players of the modern age, who was a bit of a one first move, like solely playing. It's not entirely true. I think it would be fair to say that he wasn't a 1e4 player. He definitely played both d4 and c4, but he was very much playing the closed openings. And this tournament, I think every single white game he's had, he opened with 1e4, which is... I mean, it clearly has something to do with the match, but there are two ways of explaining it, and both are valid, and we don't know which one it is. It's possible that he is preparing to actually do this in the match as well, or he is just sending up this massive flare for Team Nepo, giving them, an additional source of major headaches.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's the latter, Peter. I mean, I don't think he's necessarily caring about showing that he's more than a one-trick pony, but I also can't see him switching to 1e4. I mean, he's got to world number 2 with a certain repertoire, a certain kind of approach. It feels kind of too radical to suddenly go away from everything everything you're used to in the biggest match of your life. I would be shocked, I've got to say, if come April he's starting to play 1e4. Because there's so many Sicilians where he has minimal experience from the white side that Nepo could go to, and a whole bunch of other stuff, of course.
Yeah, I don't think it's entirely unreasonable, but I don't think he needs to as well, because I think, considering the things that are going to be the likely reply to both d4 and e4, when we talk about Jan's opening repertoire, I don't see why 1e4 would suddenly, feel a lot more attractive than what he's been doing. his entire life, because yes, as you say absolutely correctly, there are plenty of Sicilians that Jan could, kind of semi-bluff. Jan has been, until very, very recently, a very solid, very exciting Najdorf player, for instance. And picking up Najdorf as your kind of a, first foray into 1e4, you have to play Najdorf against Nepo for 3 weeks, is maybe not you want. But there's also just simply the Petrov, which appears to be the main weapon of Jan's in recent years. And like switching from what you've been doing successfully all your life to bang your head specifically against the Petrov wall, to my eyes, does feel a bit strange.
That's not every player's idea of fun, the Petrov.
An interesting point, sort of in the continuation of what we were saying, people in chat are saying that it's noticeable that he hasn't gotten either of those things in this tournament yet. People just play like the Italians against him. Nobody tried asking him what he means against the Petrov. Also, nobody played e4, c5 against him. I'm assuming he's just choosing very carefully who to do this against. Levon is not a major player of anything but Italians and Rui Lopez is. Pragnananda is also, I think, a fairly well-established player of those types of openings. So I guess he knows who he is doing this against. But still, it's definitely an interesting topic to keep an eye on. Maybe not so much for us, but for Team Nepo for sure. Trying to kind of glean some kind of an idea of why this is being done. In the meantime, Vincent Keimer threatened Wesley with a marshal here. Wesley's thought for a bit and played a4, which is, I don't know, fashions come and go here. Do you feel that this is still the main anti-marshal these days?
I would say yes in general. Of course, there's others. There's h3, d3. I still seem to see a4 every time. I barely see mainline marshals right now, at least over the last few months. But
very, very.
Of course, they all
exist.
exist.
Doing this anymore,
yeah. I mean, a4 comes and goes, like you say, but still doesn't seem to be a consensus what the black players are doing. I think there's lots of trends there. Rook b8, everyone was playing after the World Championship last year, of course, and there are others. Bishop b7.
I think Rook b8 in particular, but even Bishop b7 are kind of Magnus's purview, if that's the word I'm looking for, because I think most people just play before here and feel that those positions are, whether we are talking about d4, d6, d5, which is a very direct line where you generally have to know a little bit with black, but I don't think you're suffering too much.
Levon's showing what to do here for black.
Yeah. Or the other option would be this line d3, d6, a5, with, I think, these days very much with the intention of snapping on e6 and going knight b2, c3 in this type of play. This sees a lot more action than Bishop b7, and specifically Rook b8, which I thought was a very kind of an unusual heel to, well, not die on because he's done okay, but to choose to even debate by Magnus, because of the three options, the only advantage I see for Rook b8 is that it's much less researched.
Yeah, I think that was the idea, right? In the match. At least the first time he played Rook b8, just to catch Nepo slightly off guard. But I've got to ask, Wesley's played a5, and in this position, I thought the idea was always to force black to commit with d6 and then play a5. I don't know if there's any difference at all.
I think, well, I would start with d3 myself, and I agree with what you're saying very much. But this is a kind of a provocation, which I think doesn't quite work out for black. I don't think this is as good as it might seem. But I also just don't understand why you would give that option. But alternatively, like if you've looked at this and you know that it doesn't quite work, you might as well like throw a little bait out there and see if Vincent, becomes excited by some martial type positions. But in general, I think it's just a transposition, because I think black will default to kind of normal things regardless.
Yeah, Vincent in particular might refrain from playing d5 there. Just doesn't feel in his style. But rook b8, going after the a pawn anytime soon? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think it works very well. Almost like once d6, bishop e6, bishop takes e6, fe happens. Then the idea of placing the rook on b5 and maybe even taking on e5 in some position gains a lot of strength. But if you imagine trying to do it here, let's say I go d3, you go rook b5. For instance, something like this could be unbelievably traumatic for black, because like I'm threatening knight b3, and that rook legitimately might never come home.
I don't think it's coming home at all. It's immediately.
Yeah, you do need to prepare it. I think rook b8 is more a kind of a hint that, time for you to play d3, sir, because if you play c3, I think here now you will be quite happily and quite readily going into the Marshall type positions, because the inclusion, I think, of rook b8 and c3 provides black with plenty of additional sources of counterplay. For instance, like I have the move bishop b6 here, which might already be creating some annoying threats of bc3, knight c3, and so on. So I assume you go d3 here. So what this does is that it definitely locks white into a certain way of playing. Perhaps the argument is if you play d6, white goes c3 and maybe tries to put the pawn on d4 and not on d3 at all.
Okay. Interesting move order trick there, potentially. Yeah, Vincent played rook b8 immediately, meaning he might have studied this.
Yeah.
I've got to say, in the one of the other Spanishes, Abdu Satorov against Prague, it's the open Spanish, and I'm not familiar with this.
It's a strange one. Yeah, I actually wanted to discuss this with you, because I don't believe I've seen this very much.
I was
going
to say the same thing, Peter.
Yeah, they played the normal open Spanish early in this tournament. Levon played knight takes e5 here against Prague, but did not really get very far. In fact, I remember when I was commentating, Levon's magic and the amount of games I played against him, they influenced me so much that Prague equalized very, very confidently and very comfortably, and I thought, sort of, well done. And then I went back to take a look at it a bit later, and I realized Levon was kind of bluffing, and it was, I think, possible for black to play for more. Not that black had a large advantage, but it was like I'm remarking about on this just to say that occasionally, even at this level, I think reputation actually plays a bit of a role, because you just assume that somebody who is doing some weird stuff in the opening, or perhaps at that weird spot where opening transitions into middle game, and a very, very strong, well-established player just does some slightly offbeat, or maybe even not slightly, but like seriously offbeat things, and you find the quality and you think, aha, I diffused the very dangerous idea, instead of thinking, this looks strange, might I not be better already? Yeah, which maybe you would have thought if it wasn't Levon.
Exactly. He definitely has an aura around him of I mean, he plays these slightly weird ideas all the time, so when one of them is a bluff, it's hard to spot. But yeah, knight c5 and taking c5, that's extremely
bishop
rare.
e3 bishop e3 is not the most fashionable move here, but definitely a move that has existed forever. Bishop e7, knight bd2, knight c5, all of this is normal. But yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a game between two strong players which featured this particular idea. Just giving up the bishop pair straight away to do I'm not entirely sure what.
Unless the point is to attack d5 very quickly, but c3 takes a time out. I thought maybe the idea was quick rook a d1, knight e4. And
I think we pretty much always playing queen e7, right? And then rook a d8. And once this is on the board,
it's
the pawn on d5, I think, is very safely protected.
It's really hard to say why you've given up the bishop pair here. Maybe another idea could be just a quick bishop c2, b4, knight b3, and just
but once again, let's say I like queen e7 in pretty much every single position here. I think bishop c2 probably does happen.
Just to create
what you just said there, I didn't really consider it properly, but it might be a thing to, I don't know if worry about is the right term, but at least keep in mind. I also wonder...
Or just knight b3 on its own, maybe without b4. b4 is kind of a risky inclusion.
I'm sitting here wondering if it's already time for me, for some reason, to include a move like g7, g6, which normally you wouldn't really be making in positions like this. But now that there is no dark square bishop on the board, I think I actually much prefer g6 to h6, because I want to limit the diagonal for this bishop. I want to make sure that I don't blunder any tactics along this this diagonal.
You're such a Grunfeld addict, Peter, that you're creating a home for the bishop on g7.
No, and there's also a specific reason why I'm doing that. And that reason is, let's say you go before bishop b6, knight b3. I thought I might want to play d5, d4 here. And I have sort of protected against queen e4 in advance. Because if I play, let's say, rook a d8 before bishop b6, knight b3, I would very much like to play d4 here. But it loses a piece. Actually, it doesn't.
Queen f6 is
no,
escaping.
it does. Yes, so I...
Yeah. Also, it's useful that, for example, if black wants to play bishop g4 in variations, that there's no way to break the pin.
Yeah, I don't know if it's time already. I think maybe we have more useful things to do. But I think g7, g6 is a genuinely useful resource here, just to make sure that this is an emptier piece than it is currently, and also just to make sure we're not running into any tactics. Queen e7 on the board in the meantime. Not a bit unsurprisingly, because you never ever do this without prep. Like the movement like bishop takes c5, I think generally would not have occurred to him if he hadn't looked at this position at home. So he is still playing very quickly. Prague also reacting quite quickly. He did not take very much time at all to castle, but that is understandable. You are always castling here, so first things first. But even after c3, queen e7 came very naturally. It is a very, very normal move here, you have to say.
Yeah, White doesn't have too many logical options. Maybe you could aim for a4 in some positions, but it doesn't seem to help. A4, just b4, and don't really know what you've gained as White.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to kind of rearrange the minor pieces sooner rather than later. And yeah, we'll wait to see the idea, but it's far from obvious. I'm really skeptical, just too attached to the bishop pair here.
Yeah, so am I. I'm very much on the record as somebody who really dislikes the idea of parting with the bishop pair. In the meantime, our other Spanish has proceeded in a way that we didn't really maybe expect all that much. A5 was met by rook b8, and here I think Wesley demonstrates another reason for not playing g3 or c3 and goes d4. Major difference with the lines we were discussing earlier is that after d6, you can at least consider playing d5, because now knight a5 is not a square. You have to go to a7. It's not the end of the world, but you can definitely consider just going d5 and then developing normally and claiming that we have good control. Instead, Vincent goes knight takes d4. I guess with the rook on b8, this doesn't work, right? Because once again, this is a bit of an advanced topic, but if we talk about anti-marshals, there is the move d4 here, to which people can and maybe even should just reply d6, because that pretty much locks White into playing c3, d4, which for years and years has a reputation of not really giving White very much. But there is also the move knight takes d4, against which White has the option of doing what Wesley is doing, or there is the option of playing bishop f7 and knight e5.
Yeah.
And in this position, because the rook is on a8, a kind of a natural looking move like knight e6 just straight up loses material immediately, because White takes on f7, goes e4, e5, and if the knight goes somewhere, you have actually lost the full rook on a8. But with the inclusion of a4, b4, a5, and rook b8, I guess if you try doing the same, there is nothing hanging on a8. So in this position, your attack just fizzles and you've lost material.
Yeah, it does look very sharp still, f4, and go for it. But yeah, I think you're right. With best defense, Black should be solid enough. Yeah, so instead we've got an equally weird position, which Vincent seems to have prepared as well. I'm very impressed, I've got to say. Queen takes d4, rook b5.
Yeah, rook b5 in particular blitzed out by Vincent yeah, this is very peculiar to my... I guess he actually is threatening c5, rook a5, right?
Yeah. Otherwise, it's slightly mysterious. Putting the
like, what would be
b5.
if not? What would be your reply to bishop c4? Simply like, go back.
But specifically here, if you force me to take the pawn, I think it's viable.
Yeah. Where does?
Yeah, didn't really see where the white queen goes. Rook takes a5 looks like a healthy pawn. It's quite nice having the pawn on b4 as well, just stopping white from getting the knight to c3, d5 very quickly.
Absolutely. Yeah. Still a kind of a risky approach because you will be investing a lot of time into getting those moves in. So let's say if I go knight bg2 here, are we still going after the pawn?
Do we rush? It's not going away unless you put the knight on c4 potentially next move. Okay, let's, for argument's sake, say I take this pawn on a5.
I haven't really chosen the square yet. I was looking at d3 or perhaps f4, but I think f4 maybe belongs to the bishop. So let's say you do this. Yeah, I go say knight c4. I assume queen.
There's an argument for b5, perhaps a5, a4 to come.
Yeah.
c7
and
as
yeah,
well.
it's a kind of a strange position because my original reaction, and the reason I was going to discuss this with you was, I was going to say this is just one pawn. White has sort of vastly superior pieces. This is not doing very much. This is not doing very much. And if it goes to c7, knight d6 probably gains in strength in a lot of positions. Rook on f8 is locked in. None of these pieces really have any good squares. And then I realized your a5, a4 idea is actually very annoying. And also, maybe even the bigger issue is that I am not sure what threat I'm supposed to create here.
Yeah, what do you attack and how? You can attack h7 in some variations. I'll just play g6, knight g7, worst comes to the worst. Does take a long time.
Yeah. I still don't really feel like white should be worse here. But I'm sitting here staring at this and thinking, yeah, like bishop f4 doesn't do very much. Queen g3, which I thought might be a good idea. Yeah, it's a good square, but bishop h6 is still not a threat, and a5, a4 is coming in, or perhaps bishop b7, bishop d5, now that the queen has decamped from d3. Yeah, it's just a very complicated position. Do we have an option of not giving up on a5?
Maybe we're committed because c5, rook a5 happens no matter what. I think it's the same question. It's like, what do we attack? Or where do we put our pieces?
Yeah, weirdly, it might, we actually might have to play some kind of position like the one we were just discussing, because it doesn't really feel like we'll be given much of a choice. Because having played rook b5, it's very difficult for me to imagine black just leaving it there and not actually making use of the threat you've just created. Like if knight g2, bishop b7, like you might regret not. This allows rook d5 there.
But for example,
let's say queen c4 and then maybe bishop c4, queen g4, and d7 will be hanging in the end of that line. So,
but even after a move like rook takes a5, okay, you can take, but you can just play rook b1 maybe there and leave the rook trapped on a5.
Yeah. We'll leave this here for a bit because it's a very interesting position, and I think Wesley's next decision will be quite influential as to where this game goes. Other positions, Ding's position against Levon has actually kind of defined itself quite a bit by move 10, because here I think every single avenue was still possible for both sides. But after c3, Levon played bishop b6, which I think is a reasonably modern approach, because in my childhood we were taught that you are kind of autopiloting a6, bishop a7 everywhere, just to make sure this bishop is away from potential trades for the knight and just kind of safe and tucked away on a7. But bishop a6 saves the tempo compared.
Yeah. Also, there's an argument for a4 here for white, just asking black to play a6 eventually, and then the bishop is on b6 rather than a7 in many of these lines. At least, like you, I was always told.
I think they go
a7,
a5 here. I think the point is they go a5 and then they go knight e7, knight g6, and the bishop, if white actually generates the idea of knight e2, knight c4, I think you will almost always be in time to play c6, bishop b7, bishop c7. I don't think people play bishop b6 with the intention of playing a4, a6.
Yeah.
Because that would be quite weird, because white would get, I think, a version of what is now more or less a main line of these gioco pianissimo variations, but with the bishop on b6 instead of a7, which I assume is not an advantage.
Yeah, and this has come back into fashion after players discovered that you can even spend a tempo as black on a6 and meeting a4 ideas with a5 later. So yeah, the bishop on b6 actually makes a lot of sense there.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that at all, because as you mentioned, we did manage a4, a5 with black in one tempo, and I think Sasha Grishuk was one of the earliest people who started very, very seriously, unironically, so to speak, started doing this and then keeping the bishop on c5.
Yeah.
And yeah, I remember when I saw this for the first time, I thought, this can't possibly be any good, but
must be a joke.
Yeah, well, must be some kind of a mouse sleep or whatever, but it's not. Stopping white from gaining too much space on the queen side is definitely something that you want. Anyway, after bishop b6, Ding played rook e1. Levon continued with that same plan of knight e7, knight g6, c6, d5, and so on. And Ding immediately played d4, allowing this very forcing continuation of takes d5, which gives white an isolani for the rest of days. And a very interesting choice here by Levon. And still played very quickly, so I'm assuming this is not ad-libbed either. Levon spends a tempo on h6 here, very much indicating that he would not have been very happy with some position like this. Let's say, I don't know, bishop b6, and I'm not entirely sure how we're supposed to do it tempo by tempo, but I guess you play like queen b3, bishop knight c3, or something like that.
Yeah, it doesn't feel too scary, the pin. You can always just play queen d6 at some point as well. It's surprising to take a time out with h6, but okay, perfectly understandable. Ding's last move after h6 to play a4 here means, is he going for checkmate, Peter? Or is he going to lift his rook up via a3?
I think it's a kind of it's a weird one, right? Because considering the fact that we're very much assuming there will be a black knight on d5 in reasonably immediate future. By playing a4, like, black will not blunder a5 and just, resign due to losing the bishop on a6. So a very, very likely response is a5 here. And then you've given black an additional very, very safe square to aim for on b4.
Yeah, long term, this is horrendous for white.
But I guess it softens up the bishop on b6 a little bit, in case you want to play, I don't know, knight c3, knight d5, queen b3 straight away. And also, as you have mentioned, I don't know if, I suspect black hasn't done enough wrong to deserve getting mated here immediately, but something like knight e5, knight d5, rook a3.
Yeah.
Weird as it may seem, could actually be quite scary, yeah. Because, my problem with this is some kind of move like knight e7 might, sort of stop rook g3 forever, because the knight gets rerouted to f5. But if you make one sort of a autopilot move here with black, you play bishop b6, we go rook g3. It's very, very possible for this to be extremely mate adjacent, like king h8. I'm already kind of interested in bishop h6, gh, queen d2.
Yeah,
might not work, but I am very interested.
Yeah.
Specifically here, I think you have queen f6 in the end, so I'm sort of one tempo short from playing bishop d3, forcing that to f6, and then playing rook e3, rook g3 mate. So maybe it's a little bit too speculative for now, but it's very, very adjacent to positions where something like this might just win.
Yeah, I played a match against Niels Grandelius last year, and he did something very similar to me. He played a4 at a moment where it looked like long term it's just creating loads of weaknesses, and rook a3, rook g3 came, and lo and behold, I got mated. So interesting position. The fact that he's thinking makes me wonder whether he's about to play bishop a5. That's the only other.
Yeah.
You don't want to play a6 and get your bishop pushed back the whole way. This is the only alternative I can come up with.
A very live one way of reacting to this would be to play c6. But I don't think it works. It's not even that ridiculous because after dc, knight c6, you do have some pressure against this pawn on d4. If the pawn was back on h2, I have a feeling this might have been an actual thing to consider semi-seriously. Because after, let's say, bishop b3, we would have had access to the idea of bishop g4, putting on further pressure against this pawn. But with the pawn on h3, it's difficult to imagine how this works out. Yeah. So bishop a5, I guess we play knight c3, knight d5, maybe
bishop d2 would be normal, or queen b3.
Yeah, I'm choosing between this and this.
Yeah, and I don't know, c6 maybe.
Yeah,
I guess we're just arguing that due to some pressure on c3, it's a bit annoying for white to try and whip up any attack. Queen b3. Sometimes you can meet with queen b6. It's interesting, at least. I've got no idea whether it's objectively correct or playable, but
yeah, it is. It is
just the fact that he's thinking when it looks like a5 is so automatic for black.
Yeah, I think it's a very serious option. So he is choosing between those two things. There is a lot of excitement in our chat regarding the game between Giri and Ergaisi. This is a very, very old school Meran, sort of a classical Meran, which has not disappeared exactly, but has become, I think, a lot rarer than all of the queen c2s and the bishop b2s of this world, going for these very, very classical lines. a6 is a choice in this position, of course, and even in this position, you can choose to play b4 straight away. You can also choose to play b4 here after castles, but a6 is maybe the most kind of a old school way of playing the Meran. You are preparing c6, c5 and playing it against anything. e4, c5. White here has a choice between e5 and d5. e5, I think they have sort of, analyzed to conclusive good results for black, at least in my understanding. So d5 is, I think, the main move. c4, bishop c2, queen c7. And I get the feeling that queen e2 here is a somewhat rarer move than, let's say, fe and knight g5.
Yeah, there was some Kasparov game there, right? After knight g5. Also, you can take on e6 and play e5 immediately, if I remember, and it gets super sharp. But queen e2, I'm sure this has been played. It can't be brand new. And
yeah, very difficult to find novelties on move 13 of the very, very well-trodden Merans. Queen e2 is not very popular among the absolute elites. And the strongest players who have played it in the 90s. Like there's a game between Karpov and Miguel Illescas from 1995, and Boris Gelfand played it a couple of times in 92, once against Timon and once against Illescas again.
He's been studying his classics, Anish Giri.
Yeah, I think the way maybe to think about it is that all these kids are extremely well booked up on sort of the modern approaches to all these openings, but using something that may have sort of slightly slipped under the radar is going to be a good strategy, because it's impossible to cover everything in equal depth.
Yeah.
So you make, like, if you know this is playable, if you have some idea specifically for one game after queen e2, and Anish seems like he maybe even expected the Meran as one of the things that could happen today, judging by the speed of play.
It's hard to predict Arjun. He plays pretty much everything these days, and he knows everything very well. But it definitely seems like Anish must have looked at this quite recently. I like the fact that Anish didn't back down against Magnus. He kind of played the most ambitious kind of main line. And he's going very ambitious again. Yeah. If we catch up with the game, Castle's queenside is committal.
Yeah, it's committal, and the engine doesn't like it. The engine says bishop d6 here was stronger.
Yeah.
A move that maybe looks a little bit scary because you're sort of stepping into forks, but you're controlling the e5 square well enough not to worry about losing to any e4, e5s here. And Very often black just wants to play knight e5 themselves, in particular after this trade, if that trade happens.
Yeah, knight e4 sometimes comes in as well.
Mhm.
Just park a knight. I remember when I was...
I guess it's not entirely unreasonable to at least give yourself an option to castling kingside.
Yeah,
even if you end up not using it. So
exactly.
on castles,
when I was trying to make this line work, I was looking at it once for black, and I remember trying to castle kingside was always on the kind of the priority, because castle queenside just looks so shaky.
Yeah, e5, knight e5, all of this is played, and honestly, this is one of those weird positions where, of course, you know, we've all by the year 2023, we've learned not to distrust the computer output. But I think my initial reaction here with black would be, I'm doing really well.
Okay.
Yes, I understand my king is vulnerable, but it's not that easy to actually challenge this structure. If you play a4, I will have the option of playing b5, b4, and it doesn't really look like it's any kind of the end of the world. And on the other hand, the bishop on b7 has been very much strengthened by the fact that white had to play e4, e5. It now has a full sort of long diagonal to operate. The other one might come out to c5. The knight might come out to c5 and start eyeing the very, very tasty d3 square. We have a weakness on e6, but apart from the move knight g5, it's very difficult to figure out how it can ever be attacked. And if you do play knight g5, we can, for instance, take on e5. I'm not saying I'm better here with black, but I wouldn't really be worrying too much about this endgame either. Doesn't really look like an endgame we're going to be in any kind of trouble in. But the engine always has, you know, very concrete ideas about these things. And currently, as I understand it, the point is we can take, we can play 4 b4. Once again, seems like this is just making black's life easier because
bishop e4 maybe.
No, it includes bishop g5.
Okay.
And then it very specifically goes b3.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. The point being that with the bishop on d5 and not b7, if you play c3, you've lost the a6 pawn with check. And it doesn't go c3, but once again, like for me as a complete Philistine in these types of structures, I have to wonder, if I play c3 here, queen a6, queen b7, how bad can this be? Why am I supposed to even be worse here with black?
Very good question. Maybe the computer just takes the pawn, moves on, swaps the
I mean,
queens.
I want to put the bishop on c5, I want to play rook hf8, and I want to claim that I have a protected passer on c3, a tremendously strong bishop on d5. All these bishop takes f3 ideas, the e5 pawn is vulnerable. And I've given up one pawn for it. I understand I'm down some material, but it's not like I've given up 3 or anything. So,
but if I keep the queens on, maybe just
maybe
the attack continue with a5, a6.
Yeah, this was also what I finally decided must be the problem. But I mean, this is unbelievably unclear to my eyes. Like a6, queen c6, a7, queen king b7. I'll park the king on a8 and thank you for a7 pawn because it will be just covering me against all the attacks for the future.
Yeah.
And I am developing, like I will, obviously, bishop takes f3 probably is never playable because allowing the bishop b4 is impossible. But I will be threatening rook takes f3.
Yeah, maybe after rook fd1, still it's hard for black to whip anything up. Okay, here
rook a6
you're allowing
now,
rook a6 maybe.
Yeah.
Then you just put a knight on b6 and you argue that you're still super safe.
And once again, I will restate the obvious. If the engine says this is much better for white, it probably is much better for white. I'm not going to be arguing with the ultimate brains of modern engines. But from a purely human standpoint, white's play here is also incredibly committal.
Yeah,
you are going to have to play very, very energetically and keep on asking questions. Otherwise, I think black very soon could start even assuming control. In the meantime, a couple of games we have not covered. I mean, not at any length. Fabi has a kind of a quiet-ish position in Ragozin against Gukesh, so a classical Ragozin by move 4. And then Fabi went for this line where
very trendy stuff.
Yeah.
Gukesh used this line himself, if I remember, as white against Sicilian in the Olympiad, this e3, queen c2, with success. Managed to win a nice game there, but yeah, he would have analyzed. I'm surprised. Okay, there is still a few more moves. I was going to say, I'm surprised if Gukesh paused to think here.
But he played knight e7, which is not a move I would have expected in a kind of a, I think, a bit of a concession. You're not really trying to equalize on the spot, I think, if you play knight e7 here. But also probably not cooked up at the board, probably something that he's at least thought about. And now we have a position where if white is allowed to finish development sort of unchallenged, just bishop d3, castle short, I don't know, knight e5, you're going to be very pleasantly surprised by the outcomes of the opening, I think, with white. So black probably has to start some counterplay in the center faster rather than sort of sooner rather than later. How would you go about this here?
Feels like you need to either plant a knight on e4 or play with a quick c5. I'm not sure which one.
Or both, yeah.
Or both, yes.
Or both.
I mean, c5 always feels double-edged. You're opening white's kind of uncontested dark square bishop, but if you're going to do it ever, then it feels like now.
Yeah, I don't think we're very worried about white doubling our pawns on f6, because I think we will have plenty of counterplay, and white generally never really has enough time to exploit the weakening. I'm sort of more worried about getting...
Taking bishop d3, create a threat on f6.
Yeah, something like this, and then just castles, rook ac1, rook fd1. Positions like this, they don't really look like we've entirely equalized. Gukesh starts with rook c8, which I think also gives a kind of a window into his thinking. c5 is coming. The question is exactly when and how effective it will be. There's also a very weird, very Rappert-like Sicilian in the game between Rappert and Maksudlu.
Peter, I think maybe just before we delve into this game too much, I think we need to just take a very short technical break.
Sure.
And then we'll dig deeper. This, as you say, is shaping up to be an exciting one. So we'll be back with everyone.
Welcome back, and apologies for this short technical break, which was an actual technical break and not a euphemism for anything else, as our chat briefly suspected there, as chat always is liable to do. Yeah, we were talking about the kind of a weird, very Rappert game today, very in progress, where Richard, fooled Parham for one move here by playing knight f3, maybe even for two moves in a row in a Sicilian by playing knight f3 and g4. And then, nope, no classical Sicilians for you. Queen takes d4, knight f6, knight c3, knight c6, and even weirder here, because I've actually kind of dabbled in bishop e5. I lost one of the 4 games I mentioned earlier in the show that I lost in Linares 99 was in this specific position against Gary. For some reason, I decided that open Sicilian is not safe enough to play against Gary, whereas queen takes d4 for some reason is. Spoiler alert, it still wasn't very safe. Yeah, so, but Richard just goes queen d3 here, says, I don't care about your, Lasker's guides for amateurs, or I don't know what the exact English name of that book is, but like most books you will read about, opening principles will tell you that multiple moves with the queen early on in the opening are to be avoided. Richard says no, do not believe that to be true.
Queen d3, the concept is so trendy that he's willing to take 2 moves.
It's taking 2 moves to put it there, and g3 is not even available. Very, very curious. g6, knight d5, bishop g7, c3. This is a very useful inclusion because without that move, black at some point would become very, very interested in knight d5, e5, knight b4. It would become a thing that you would have to calculate on every single move. Parham castled, bishop g5, bishop e6, demonstrating, sort of proving that knight takes f6, at least for now, is not a threat that black needs to address. And just bishop f1, e2 in this position by Richard, basically claiming that, like, if I were to describe it, Richard is playing a kind of a bishop e2 against the
dragon?
The dragon, right? But let me. I think the easiest way would be to put it on the board and compare.
Let's compare.
Right? Yeah, because I think people have done this. I've not really done this very much myself with the white pieces, but sorry, this is not the dragon. But it has been done against me via different move orders. I think for me specifically, it always came actually via the Richter-Rauser move order, like people playing bishop e2 here, and then switching to these types of positions. And you castle, and in order to get something like what we're watching, white has to make all of these moves. Let's say bishop e6, bishop g5 would be as close a comparison as I can, whip up on very short notice. So this would be a position occurring from either the Richter-Rauser bishop e2 or the dragon bishop e2, where white had to waste time on playing rook e1 and bishop f1 because simply in order to play knight c3, d5, you have to protect the pawn on e4, and that generally is being done by rook e1 and bishop f1. And black already has the pawns on a6 and b5. Black, generally, I think in all these positions, the variation is quite favorable for black. You're not very worried as a Sicilian player if people do this against you. Richard is doing a kind of a version of that, where he will not have to waste any time on rook e1, bishop f1 in the future because the pawn on e4 is already protected. a6 and b5 is not on the board yet. White is 1 move away from castling. Then the rook, I guess, goes to d1, not e1 at all. Or maybe the other one goes to d1. And black still needs to sort of declare what they're doing against all of that.
I can tell, Peter, you're kind of talking yourself into liking white's position, and you're right. It's hard to find a plan for black in this exact.
I think it always it starts with knight d7 because I don't like to tempt white too much with the idea of taking on f6.
For example, with h6.
I think h6 is playable. I don't think you can refute it outright, but I feel like the way to go about things would be to play knight d7 and then try to play h6. And if it goes to h4, I am playing 6 g5 quite happily, I think. One thing that worries me a little bit is perhaps this move queen e3, which I originally did not notice. Because it kind of cleverly sidesteps the tempi with knight e5 on knight c5 and also prevents h6, making all of our declared counterplay somewhat harder to organize.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned playing h6 in the current position, and white has the chance to wreck the black pawn structure. But I mentioned this the other day. It's one of my favorite pawn structures in chess. This, the bug house structure of doubled f pawns. You do have a super safe king. You get the bishop pair. If white takes this way, maybe you could also take the other way.
Yeah,
I'm not sure which one. Bishop f4, I assume. And the argument here is black either has to play knight e5 and block, or maybe d5. Also queen b6.
Yeah, occasionally maybe you can try playing for the f5 break as well, but then you're breaking your beloved Backhouse structure, so I don't know how.
True. I guess the bishop wants you to break it out, the bishop on g7. This gets concrete, right?
It gets very specific because I think if you do nothing with black for like a few moves, and white gets to play, I don't know, castles, rook f d1, put the queen back on d2 and bishop on d3 to make the f5 push more difficult to organize, you will have at least some advantage. But all of the structure changes here that black has are somewhat playable. Even, going back to your Caro structures, even d6, d5, which looks like you're really driving the point home that you're sort of a pawn down in every single endgame.
Yeah.
It turns out that, and once again, these are just to show structures. I don't think these are exactly the moves you need to be making. But this type of a structure, these pawns take away a lot of very useful squares. And they fight for the center a lot better than it might look at first glance. I don't think this is horrible. The reason I am somewhat doubting my own choices here is that after rook fd1, maybe we don't have a particularly good square, and like queen b5 then will win more tempi for white. So maybe you can do it smarter.
Yeah.
But all of this is playable. So yeah, the options currently, as I see them, are h6, 97, maybe queen a5, question mark.
Just to ask the question of
Just to ask the
d5.
question. I don't know if, provoking b4 is so smart. But
b4 right now feels quite loosening, just because it feels like the white c3 pawn is going to be a big target. But yeah, unfortunately, I can't play rook d1 or.
Yeah, this is why I'm doing it right now.
Yeah.
Well, because let's say if we wait for a move, if we include rook c8 castles and we play queen a5 here, white will very happy to play rook fd1, and we've achieved precisely nothing.
Yeah.
We asked a very simple question, and there was a very simple answer available to white. So we have not provoked the knight to go away. We have not provoked white to take on f6. It still remains an option later, but for now, white has not been pushed in any direction. Whereas if we play queen a5 straight away, rook d1, I assume I will quite happily just munch.
Yeah, I was wondering about trying to trap you with like queen b5, bishop c4, but I doubt it somehow.
I blundered there, but I have the a5 square, right? So,
yeah, but then there's knight takes e7.
Oh yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, that is a very sound point.
I'm just trying to justify giving up the a pawn, but it somehow feels superficial. It feels like you can play a6 at the right time. I'm not sure now, but.
Yeah, it gets very weird very quickly. Yeah,
too.
Maybe I can even do this, right?
And if bishop c4,
I have the choice between a5 and a6. Maybe a6 is slightly smarter, even.
Yeah, queen a6. Yeah, you have won a very important pawn on e4.
Yeah,
in the process,
because I will have to give up some pawns in return, probably the e7 pawn in some version, but collecting both a2 and d4 should give me.
Yeah.
Should give me something. It's also a very, very committal way to play for white. So other options would be taking on f6 with whatever you choose to take on f6 with. Perhaps a slightly awkward move like knight f4 or knight e3, which I'm not really a huge fan of. Like knight f4, we go bishop d7. And now h6 is very much on the menu next move. This looks like legitimately awkward for white. And knight e3, while looking maybe slightly less awkward, is still, giving us plenty of ammunition with ideas of knight e5, knight c5. This is a vulnerable piece. I'm actually sort of talking myself into b4 here, weirdly, because I really dislike everything else.
Before we have to calculate, if white wants to play safe, maybe just bishop takes f6, maybe knight f4, knight f4 here. And
this is important. This is an important resource. Yeah.
Yeah. At least if you want to keep the bishop pair as black, then you'll have to. Maybe land in. Okay, bishop g4. Castle, I guess.
Castles, yeah, I wanted to play a5 and claim that I'm fine. I can play a5. I don't know if the claim is correct. Like, my issue is I don't know if I'm lying or not about being okay, but
you might be fine.
I think I'm okay. And important bit here is that this actually pretty much always loses the queen. Well, I mean, it doesn't lose the queen, but the only square is a3, and you will not enjoy. Yeah, you will not enjoy the resulting endgames. So you have to do something else. You have to play, I don't know, queen d2 or queen d5. And the bishop pair, I think, more or less entirely ensures that black is not worse in positions like this.
Yeah, I agree. Queen a5, yeah, I'm starting to like, I've got to say.
Yeah, I think it's very playable. I think it has a lot to recommend it, because it very much commits white to a decision.
Yeah, and white's done some weird, wonderful stuff in the opening, so it's only logical that black's kind of best reply would be something slightly offbeat, like queen a5 or h6.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the meantime, our chat reports that Fabi is on +2 against Gukesh.
Wow.
Which is honestly kind of stunning because it looks nice for white. I'm not gonna lie, I do like this for white. But if I were to venture a guess what the evaluation here is, like I would say maybe like plus 0.70 or what have you.
Maybe there's a direct way to win a pawn. I was also going to say, Peter, just earlier when we were on this game, if we go back a couple of moves to b3. Oh, sorry.
No, this one again. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. B3 just before rook c8. I was having flashbacks here, and it's because in the Olympiad, Gukesh had this position as white against Abdusatorov in a very famous game, except there was a difference. The pawns were on a5 and a4, so black's pawn was on a5.
That's how it started. Yeah, he was winning by move 20.
Exactly, as white. And now he's playing from the black side, and it's slightly different. And therefore the game has changed, but he's going to be having flashbacks as well. Normally, if you have a traumatic experience like he did in that game, then it really does affect you. And maybe that explains why he's kind of rushed into this position.
Chat says queen b2 is just crushing.
Wow.
Which I can sort of believe, honestly, because like the move that comes to mind is knight e8. And if you have to play knight e8 here, you're just not going to like your position very much afterwards. Because even after, let's say, bishop b2, it's going to be so difficult to move your pieces. Because there's also bishop b4 constantly to be on the lookout for.
Yeah, you're right. Bishop b2. I was going to say maybe you can be clever with c takes d5 and try and win a pawn, but I don't think it quite works out.
Yeah, that as well, actually.
Queen
why
c8, queen c7.
This is saying,
yeah, so not quite. But just bishop b2, as you say, and black is...
Yeah, I think it's just a very, very poor position after bishop b2 because it's just going to be very difficult to finish development. And the very strong players of our chat are also saying that
now
something like this might be like legitimately very painful, which also looks like it's probably true.
Very believable.
With, d takes c7 being a threat of such magnitude that you're just losing material. Yeah. So queen b2. How easy is queen b2?
The fact that he stopped and not played bishop e2 is, or bishop b4 is a bit of a giveaway, though. I mean, now you say queen b2, it's like super obvious, but it is a kind of forcing move. It's a threat.
Yeah, I think the issue for Fabi here will be that many things look at least playable. Bishop d3 certainly looks like it's a very sensible playable move, which I honestly don't even know how black is supposed to react to that. It looks very attractive to me because h7 is hanging. If we include bishop d3, h6, it feels like we've achieved something with white because we've developed one more piece and black is still not really doing very much. Knight g6 appears to just blunder a full exchange to bishop b4. At least I couldn't find any way why it isn't. Just a full-on blunder over an exchange. So I think Fabi might be slightly spoiled for choice here, which is surprisingly not very useful in these types of positions.
Yeah, you just want one good move and everything else looks illogical or everything else fails. But bishop d3, I do wonder how much of a threat taking on f6 is, for example.
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe we just queen c7 or
maybe,
something.
Or queen c7. I'm not sure which one.
Yeah, I suspect you have to already kind of commit to something like that.
Because at least here you can calculate a bit as black. You're threatening to take on c4. We can meet bishop b4 with rook c7, and I think we survive. But yeah, I mean, this is just to try and get inside Fabi's mind. I am pretty confident queen b2 is on his radar, though.
Two questions from chat. A question and a statement. The question is, why is white winning after queen b2 rook c8? Well, I assume I can just take twice and just be quite happy about things. Because you're still not really threatening d takes c4. I assume you play either knight f5 or knight g6. And let's say if you play knight g6, even very, very simply just going cd5, bishop f1, rook f1. We're a pawn up. We're also about to give you a nice line on d5. It looks like legitimately looks winning. It doesn't look better. It looks winning for white.
Yes.
So yeah, black is in trouble. And so that was the question. That was the question in chat, and there was also a bit of info provided, which will sort of reintroduce our favorite segment on the show, where I asked David to name a computer line, and he does it in one try.
Oh dear.
Second best move in this position. Let's go.
After queen b2.
Yes.
h4.
Always do it in one try. Yeah. Basically, the moment the question is asked, I think you kind of I was actually reasonably certain in you. I knew I could trust you with this.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah,
I appreciate the faith.
I mean,
it's not going to be other moves if you ask me the question.
The fact that I'm asking the question gives enough of a hit to a very strong player like yourself to kind of know where to look. And yeah, like h4 with the idea, I guess, of simply knight g5 and going after it.
Yeah, sometimes rook h3, rook g3.
Yeah, or rook h3, rook g3, or h5, h6 even.
Yeah.
It's just strong. It's strong in every single position, seemingly. Yeah. Maybe not the starting position, although Magnus has recently been. I caught a bit of his stream when he was streaming the
Title Tuesday,
the titled, and he was starting with h4 and and then playing a normal game of chess. Like he would go h4, d5, d4 or something. And just discussing the usefulness of the move h4 in various structures. And like the game that I watched, like by move 12, h4 was incorporated seamlessly into what he was trying to do. And in fact, White had a massive attack on the king side already, while like seemingly just playing with black with the inclusion of h7, h5 in some random position. Yeah. So yeah, it's some kind of weird black magic when he does it.
Yeah. But computers have shown this may be an argument for it. In practical terms, there's always an attack, right?
Yeah.
Black can never play on autopilot, even starting with 1h4. But yeah, again, this is the type of move, once we say it, it's kind of obvious there's such clear logic, but it's so hard to get yourself
we weren't naming it until then. Let's put it like this. We weren't actually clamoring for White to play h4 until it was mentioned to me in Twitch chat. Yeah, which one of the two seemingly strongest moves is easier to make? I think queen b2 is probably easier to settle on without computer assistance, because there the logic is much more mundane. We attack pawn, we force black to make very awkward looking backward moves. We like all of those things. Kind of very, very caveman-y logic.
Once you see that the black knight can't move on e7 because of bishop b4, then you start looking for these things. So I'm assuming Fabi will spot it. Fair play though. If he plays h4, that would be super impressive.
Yeah, that would be pretty good. In the meantime, there's a lot of development elsewhere. I don't even know where to go. Let's briefly visit Magnus and just talk about this for a bit. It's maybe the easiest to discuss because there will not be very many forcing lines. Magnus did take on 6 with the queen. White played bishop e3, bishop f3, which is quite logical, bishop b7. And here Jotun made the move queen d4, which is honestly quite topical in these types of positions, because if you speak about plans that black has here, the move bishop f8 c5 is often at very near the top of things you want to do, because you just generally, it needs to be developed somewhere. And the bishop on e3 is quite useful, whereas the bishop on f3, if you're left with the bishop on f3 versus the bishop on b7, I think you actually pick the bishop on b7 as the more useful piece. It has a bit more kind of relevance to the to the future play. And queen d4 stops that. Also makes it harder for black generally to do things. In some cases, prepares long castles. It's a kind of a nice all-purpose move. I think the autopilot reply here is rook c8 to have the option of meeting e5 with long castles with b4. Even though variation actually continues, you have to be sure you're doing well here, and maybe you're not, because by luring the queen away from the c file, we do get to play knight e4. And these types of positions could just be straight up lost for black. It's not impossible for this to just be extremely bad. And Magnus, after some thought, came up with the move queen d6, which will successfully take the queens off the board, while also costing him quite a bit of time.
It's reminiscent of this famous Berlin draw, this queen on d4, queen on d6.
Yeah.
But here White can't dodge.
Yeah, here there are no squares for you to dodge. So I assume, having gotten here, you just castle and take with the bishop and play this position. But once again, like, this is not great.
Yeah, and Jordan won't be happy somehow. He's not going to ever get any kind of ambitious kind of attacking type of position. It's just about pawn structure. Yeah, especially against Magnus.
Yeah,
I've got to say I'm surprised, Peter, he didn't play Queen D3 instead of Queen D4, knowing Jordan.
Yeah, and also, you know, we can hide it if it gets if it gets challenged, we can hide it on it. So yeah, that's a good point. And honestly, I can see the engine still preferring it for white, but I think it's eminently playable for black. Like knight e7 and then either knight c6 or knight g6. This pawn often goes to f6 just to kind of prevent white from easily achieving e4, e5. Rook has a very, very nice semi-open file to look forward to. And just generally, these types of, you know, Taimanov structures tend to be very, very playable for black as long as you are not under direct attack. And now that the queens are off the board, you are extremely unlikely to be under any kind of direct attack.
Yeah, I think Magnus will be happy. Normally when you're kind of struggling, had a couple of bad results, you just want to go back to basics. And for him, getting the queens off when his opponent can't attack him, I think that's the type of position he will want.
I don't disagree, yeah. I don't disagree at all.
Maybe Jordan not overly happy with how things are turning. Or, I mean, at least this development of getting the queens off.
Yeah, in the meantime, just briefly, I will point out that Fabi did play queen b2. I think knight e8, I'm still pretty sure bishop e2 white is better. But the reason the engine hates it so much is very, very specifically this idea of bishop b4 and then cd5 and either d6 or de6, which is just winning material. So black is in more trouble, I think, than he might even immediately realize. Queen a5 has been played by Parham against Richard. So Richard now has an important choice to make. And we have some exciting news elsewhere as well. So Anish did a version of what we were talking about. He took on d5, played bishop g5, and played b3 straight away without even including a4, b4, which is honestly quite understandable. Even though I still have to wonder why we're not playing c3 here.
Maybe after c3, Anish will play a4.
Yeah, I think it's the same position. And I want to ask the... Yeah, it's actually sort of exactly as we were giving it. And yeah, the engine just likes it for white. But it's very, very unclear to me. Like, the engine just gives white the sort of the full +1 you would assume white has here because white has more pawns. And continues with a5, a6, and just says, I'm not very worried about the bishop c5, rook hf8 counterplay. It never actually leads to anything substantial. But yeah, as I said, like in a blitz game here with black, I would think I'm better. In a classical game against a strong player, I will probably have to temper my enthusiasm a little bit, but this is not clear to me at all. In the open Spanish between Norbek and Prague, we have a version of the position we were talking about as well. After queen e7, Norbek played rook fe1, Prague played bishop b6, h3, rook a d8, bishop c2, g6. So very close to what we're discussing, actually. And now Norbek played a4, which is I think, a very important part of what white is doing here, because now, in particular, now that the rook has left the a8 square, okay, I need to delete all of these arrows because I can't draw them apparently. Trying to get to the pawn on a6 is going to be a very important part of white's strategy, because otherwise I think black already is very ready to play d5, d4 next move.
Look at the bishops.
Just trying to lengthen the diagonals for the bishops, open the d-file for the rook, and so on. All of those are very good things. A4, b4. Interesting point here is, oh no, maybe not that interesting actually. I was going to say white seemingly created a threat against the pawn on a6 and then didn't take it, but queen a6, I think it just takes and queen c5, yeah.
Regains the pawn, maybe with interest.
Yeah, looks very, very nice for black. So knight b3 is played, and here Prague, after some thought, played a very committal sequence. He took and played d5, d4 straight away, because he obviously had the option, at least, of playing, I don't know whether you do it immediately or after bc, but you can play a6, a5 here. So making sure it doesn't hang, and then go from there. But maybe white goes rook a1, or maybe even the immediate knight d4, and you might never get a chance to play d5, d4 ever again. And d4 is important, I think. So Prag just goes for it.
Yeah, for example, in that position after rook a d1, I could just ask you, what's your next move? And it's not obvious at all as black. So, okay, he's gone for it, but the position is changing. It gets very sharp. a6 is still hanging.
Yeah.
I want to take that pawn off the board. I don't really see what else. You could make an
my
argument
question
for flicking
is,
in a5. Or
yeah, my question is, can we throw in a5? And because I think, like, if we are forcing bishop a7 here, I am very interested. But I'm not sure if we are, because bishop takes b3 exists, d4, d3 also exists as a reply. So we're giving black a lot of additional options. But just on general grounds, if we could just include a5 bishop a7, I would be extremely interested, even if simply in, let's say, in this position. I don't know if this is what black is planning, but looks logical. I would like to be taking on a6, and I would like for my passer to very, very, simply be one step further along the way to the queening square.
It's very
feels
close.
Like logical to me. But as I mentioned, a5, like, you need to calculate all of this stuff.
Yeah, bishop takes b3, d3, and knight takes a5 next move.
Yeah, d3 in particular, and then take, and doesn't really seem like we'll be in time to generate some cavalier attack on the king side here.
Yeah, it feels like we're just, we lose tempi with our bishop getting hit. Queen c5 may be coming. It's just very sharp.
a5 played in the meantime.
Wow.
Very interesting.
I was going to ask, if not a5, if we just take on d4 first.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Basically
like,
the same variation, but with the pawn on a4.
So what happens? Yeah, why was this unsatisfactory?
I'm slightly confused, unless there's something now to do with just planting the bishop on d5 maybe and going for queen g5. It's hard to believe. Maybe bishop d5. Rook d2
bishop d5, queen
another...
g5 is one idea.
Yeah,
you could also go for some sort of like rook d2 followed by queen c5 type stuff. Trying to maybe put some pressure on the f2 pawn.
Rook e2 here may be playable though.
Yeah, it doesn't look let me put it like this, it doesn't look horrible for black, but I also don't quite understand why this is supposed to equalize, and maybe it didn't.
One down.
Yeah, it's an important one. Even, let's say, if you imagine some kind of weird scenario, and I say weird because I don't currently see any way for this to happen, but let's say we somehow lose the pawn on e5, but we stabilize. It's not equal. It very much isn't equal, in particular if it's already an endgame with the queens off.
Yeah.
Like the a pawn on a5 against the c pawn on c7, we are not going to be offering any draws. We might not win, but we're going to be quite happy about those positions. So yeah, interesting choice confusing to go a5 here.
Okay, and now bishop takes b3, as we thought. Looks very logical. I guess you could make an argument for d3 as well.
Yeah.
Things get hoovered off the board very quickly.
Yeah, d3, and then maybe bishop takes f2, because my original intention was to take on b3, but then I think you do lose the pawn on a6, and you haven't really...
just a pawn down still.
Yeah, black doesn't lose this every single time. You definitely save some of these positions, because, as is very kind of normal for open Spanish, is when the knight remains rooted to the f3 square, the pawn on e5 is a target. c3 is very much hanging. I also simply want to play rook f8 next move, and then sort of pile on the pressure with maybe bishop d5, trying to undermine the knight and just win this pawn back. I wouldn't be shocked if there was enough counterplay here for black to be okay-ish, but there's also an option of bishop f2, let's say.
Which way do you take? That's the question.
Queen? No.
Queen takes, I might take on d3.
Yeah, you might take on d3, yeah, exactly, which is why maybe king, and then we take on b3, bishop a6, and once again make some move like bishop d5 here, and then rook f8. Yes, we're down one, but the king is not very safe. The bishop on a6 still needs to be brought back into the fold. Somehow queen c5, knight a5 ideas exist. It's not very clear. But I think the bigger question has to be what's happening after bishop b3. I assume this is not really a great option.
And what's the count at the end there?
Even if I just take, and I don't know, play d5, d4, d3, like black is just completely fine.
Unless we're a pawn up, I don't want to entertain this as white.
So we get here, and I mean, we played d3 here, and we're, I think, both of us quite happy about it. But you also have to wonder, can I just take everything?
c3 is hanging.
Yeah. Can I just go after everything?
Okay, let's say I move my bishop a2. And if you take, I go e6. And now I think.
Yeah, and this is kind of, I just want to describe this a little bit for the viewers, because it looks like we've achieved a great deal here with white. We now have a very nice passer. I more or less automatically play the 6. It's not the only move. I can definitely imagine something like king g7 being an additional option here, because if the queens come off, I'm not that scared about it. E takes f7. But the larger point is, yes, you generally get taught that queens are poor blockers, but in this position in particular, the two ways for white to challenge this block would be rook d1, d7, or somehow getting knight on f3 to either d5 or c6. And rook d1, I think we quite happily go king g7, and rook d7 isn't really very much a threat yet. In the meantime, black is 2 pawns up and wants to play like knight 6, knight d4 or something, or knight 6, knight b4. And rook d7, we very, very happily take twice.
What if I played kind of the long form compensation? If I just play rook ac1, take the c3 pawn off the board, and then just sit on the position, maybe h4, h5
yeah, but
later.
then I think black is just fine, right? Because what will happen is we'll get here. You will have to allow the knight trade, right? I don't know.
I could maybe
queen somewhere.
Do I take the pawn back? Can I take the pawn back?
Let's say I ignore the fact that maybe rook d2 is sensible here.
Yeah.
My claim here is that simply I will not lose this position. And I think it's a reasonable claim. Yes, I understand it will be a little bit worrying, because white, if you completely stabilize, you will start kind of digging with h4, h5, and the pawn h6 might become a bit soft.
Yeah.
But you know, to get here along the, I think black could have played more ambitiously along the way. But even this, let's say I go rook d2, rook d2, bishop, I don't know, c4, rook fd8, or king g7 followed by rook fd8. I think we always have enough counterplay because of just how monstrously strong this bishop on b6 is, to not have to worry too much. So yeah, I don't think this is bad. And then we also have the d3 option. d3, queen e4, knight a5. Let's say bishop a2 anyway.
And now you have a move.
And yeah, we need to find a good move here, but I assume it exists.
Yeah, it's a pity I can't play It's a pity I can't play knight b7, knight c5.
Yeah, that would have been tremendous. Yeah, that would have given us I think a large advantage straight off the bat. But
yeah,
can we just do this? Attack f2. Prepare maybe knight c6 or queen c6. And if you play e6, my idea was just to take and put the king on h8 and claim that h8 is going to be a safe enough square the way the pieces are.
Yeah, I mean, it's chances for both sides here. Just very, very complex position. Knight d4.
Bishop b3 played in the meantime, yeah. We're headed towards that.
Okay.
And in our top 2 games of, well, on my screen, they're not really the top 2 games. The pawn on a5 is gone in the game between Wesley and Vincent. Wesley opted to play bishop c4 to really force c5, which is honestly a bit of a weird one for me, because it looked like black was doing it anyway. And I'm not sure we need bishop c4 in every single position.
I guess he stopped that queen b5 idea that we had, but I'm not sure how relevant that was.
Yeah. So bishop c4, c5, he dropped it back to d3, and then played knight d2, knight f3, and bishop f4. And yeah, you know, I'm maybe still picking white. It's weird.
Yeah, it was interesting that he didn't want to capture this pawn on a6 on the last move. He didn't want to regain the material balance. Maybe just because it takes pieces off the board and black is so cramped that this benefits black.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. I think he feels that his position is definitely good enough not to trade as beautiful a bishop as this one on c4 for the bishop on c8 for one measly pawn on a6. Bishop f4 also creates a very concrete threat of e5, e6, which would currently be just straight up winning, despite seemingly blundering the bishop on f4. We go ef, we go rook takes e7.
Yeah.
And we crash through.
Yeah, queen c1 you can block.
Yeah, we can go back to a check.
Yeah, so I guess the queen moves.
Yeah.
Don't know
c6, b6, one of those squares.
d6 here isn't a move, it just looks too ugly. I don't really want to calculate it, but is there a refutation?
Loses material though, no? Ah, maybe not. Yeah, because you take with the bishop.
Yeah.
And then if rook takes e8, you have bishop takes f4. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just worried after d6, and actually in all of these positions that there's some bishop takes h6, queen g6. But I guess the fact that he played bishop f4 last move without...
Yeah, this is the question, because it was an option on the previous move, but yeah, the assumption has to be there is no follow-up here for some reason after queen h6.
Queen
maybe
c6,
black is in time to play queen c6 or something and stabilize. The inclusion of bishop f4 and d6, what does it do to that position? Gh, check, takes. Queen 6 is no longer available.
But if black puts a bishop on f5, it's never checkmate.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, blocking this diagonal generally just holds. And then we're a piece up, so holds is maybe not the word to be using. Yeah, still very sharp. Still very, very sharp. Once again, we have a very interesting round in progress.
I'm not sure about you, Peter, but I think I'd take white. I'm normally a bit materialistic, but here it feels like minimal risk. And
yeah, I already also nailed my colors to the mast tentatively here. Yeah, the pawn on e6, like although I want to say if we have to bail out, we always have rook a1. But honestly, after let's say queen b6 or queen c6, we'll have knight c7. So maybe bailing out is not as easy as I originally anticipated. How do we go about generating threats here?
Good question.
g4, g5. I'm not even entirely joking.
Oh, wow.
Black is passive enough, I think, for us to at least consider it.
If it's Mamedyarov, g4 would be on the board already. Just yeah, it makes some sense. I guess another kind of less way would be knight d2, knight d4.
Knight c7, e6 is once again a decent reply, sort of killing off to a degree this bishop on c4, attacking the other one. Queen c6 chosen, which was the other option that we named.
At least g4's off the cards now because of bishop e7.
Yeah, that is really no longer an option. So what do we do? Bishop d5. I guess we choose between queen b6 and queen b5. And even if we choose b6, it's not a loss of a tempo, because what we've actually succeeded in doing is we've given ourselves a bit of a tempo with knight c7, because white will, of course, have to pay attention not to trade this guy for a knight. Interesting.
Yeah, I like c6 actually, the more we think about it. Superficially, as you say, it did look like an odd square where you can get attacked, but it does kind of align perfectly.
White's issue is this guy, yeah?
Yeah. If we could plant it on e4 or d5 or f5, it would be game over, but can't get there. I'd be tempted to suggest just rook d1, just say to black, okay, I'm going to at least keep you in your place for a few more moves, but knight c7, knight e6, black's super solid.
Yeah, we are coming out of the corner, aren't we, a little bit?
Yeah.
And this really returns me to sort of the earlier part of the game where, like, if I play bishop f4 here, don't you still play c5?
Pretty sure I do.
Yeah, so we go queen d3. I assume you take on a5 anyway, because that was basically what the entire previous play was like aimed at, right? So we get here. And then, I mean, first of all, queen c7 is unplayable, but let's ignore that for a second.
Let's say queen b5 to get back to c6 to compare.
But we have
more options.
Massively more options for squares for this piece. And very, very specifically, like, I think I like it on e4 much more than I like it on f3.
Yeah. Actually, in the current game position, I forgot that the knight had already come from d2. I was going to say maybe knight d2 is an interesting move.
Yeah.
So you're right.
I agree with you. I agree with you. You need to move it somewhere because it's the only piece white has, which currently really is doing nothing at all whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Nothing aggressive.
Yeah. And we need it to generate threats.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious why it went here as a matter of urgency. Early in the game.
Yeah, bishop d5 play. Do you think there's any chance at all of a repetition after queen b5, bishop c4, queen c6?
Depends on how Vincent is feeling about his position, because he's not doing very well in the tournament, but that could be an argument for both, right?
Yeah.
That could be an argument for, he would very much like maybe to win a game of chess somewhere, which I'm pretty sure is true.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also definitely an argument for, let's kind of stop the bleeding, make a draw against Wesley with black. Definitely not a poor result under most circumstances, and just kind of restart tomorrow with the white pieces.
Yeah, I think it might be important here as well. I'm trying to think after queen b5, queen g6 isn't an option because of bishop b7. Feels a bit scary, but otherwise queen g6 I think would be quite strong. But we get deflected. Mm-hmm. So if you can get away with queen b5, it feels like you gain time, and then you hit with knight c7 next move if white doesn't repeat.
Yeah.
So maybe that internal dialogue of whether
we'll see how it transpires. Yeah, interestingly, Noribek quite quickly actually went for this, which really doesn't look to me like it's any kind of a winning attempt.
Yeah, are we not just going to see things fizzle slightly after queen c7, queen c2?
Maybe not even slightly. Yeah, I was briefly interested in the move knight b4 just to win the pawn on c3, but I guess after something like queen a4, taking on c3 is probably just impossible because you're going to get overloaded and knight on b4 is going to drop.
Yeah, that's
but there has to be a way just to make a very comfortable draw here with black.
I'm playing for more, playing ambitiously with d3, queen d2 does allow.
Yeah, I don't know if we're actually playing for more, because this is hanging. Queen h6, knight g5 ideas exist. Rook e3 ideas are also on the table. It doesn't feel like you're actually running too much risk with white. I think the reason he's thinking is maybe this idea, or rook d7. I don't know which one is more precise.
Mm-hmm.
The point being that we actually kind of like the e7 square for the queen.
Yeah.
And we want to go d takes c3 here, and then knight b4. And if white has to play cd4, it's just an immediate draw, because this is just a very, very equal position.
I think we're headed in this direction.
Possibly, yeah.
And it's a decent result for both. Interesting game. Yeah, this bishop takes c5 idea, still not too impressed, I've got to say, in the opening, but he was never risking too much.
Yeah, Chad is correct. I got somewhat corrected in this line, because queen a4 does allow knight d3, and black probably is doing really, really well. But
queen b1.
Queen b1 is very strong. Yeah, I just didn't get there at first try.
Mm-hmm.
With a very, very same idea of similar idea, rook c1, and then
win the knight.
Knight gets dropped.
How is Anish Giri doing? Because it's a structure with a pawn on c4 rather than those that we were talking about, and to me it still feels super shaky for black. If white can time bishop e4 correctly, just to get rid of a defender.
Yeah, I think currently what is probably bothering him is that this move, I believe, is playable.
Yes.
And it's not just the pawn, it also sort of undermines the white structure a little bit. Seems like massive trades are on the horizon, which is something that Anish will not be very interested in.
I would be tempted slightly by knight takes c5, queen e5, rook takes c4 there, but I don't think if the bishop on g5 wasn't hanging, then maybe, but...
Yeah, this doesn't look like mate, right? Because I will probably run towards e7, f6. Queen a6, king d8, and we run.
Yeah.
And it feels like we probably get to where we're running towards.
Yeah, rook takes f2 is an annoying rejoinder for black as well in these positions. So Yeah, some calculation. There's also the h7 pawn up for grabs at some point, but I don't really want to.
Yeah, I
dig
don't
too deep
think
there.
I don't think it's that relevant just yet.
Yeah. Is black threatening to take on f3 with the rook, maybe, in some positions?
Bishop, yeah, bishop, hang on. In that line after rook c4, bishop c4, there's bishop b7 check as...
Oof, okay.
We did miss that.
I should have pretended that was my idea with rook c4.
I don't know if that is very clear. I guess we can even throw in rook b1 check here, weirdly, yeah? And then take on e5.
Yeah.
So this has to be played better.
Okay, so not knight takes e5 then. Yeah, bishop b7. Checks and captures, I forgot. Whoops. So bishop e4 definitely on the radar if you can play it. I guess black has to play knight b6, or probably wants to play knight b6 just to hold everything together.
Queen c6, maybe.
Or maybe queen c6, rook c4.
Queen c6, rook c4 again, yeah.
But then bishop c4.
Bishop f2.
And bishop f2.
Yeah, I stopped here and I thought this looks horrible, but it doesn't actually look horrible at all.
It's like a mirror image of the same tactic. Same clearance.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe queen c6.
Yeah. Plenty of very, very exciting positions in this round. Again, I will just mention that Gukesh after queen b2 could not find anything better than just playing queen c8. And this just looks horrible. Like we take twice and kind of win, right?
Feels like you're losing on material and you're about to get checkmated. H4 is definitely findable now.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like against any of these moves, like knight g6, we just,
pre-move,
windmill dunk h4 onto the board and go from there. Yeah.
Yeah. How would you survive here? And if not knight g6, I just don't see what else.
Yeah, looks horrendous. Yeah, Fabi has been thinking for a while, but yeah, very difficult to imagine how you don't take. Like, what else would you do?
Maybe knight g6, h4, dc. Do we have to calculate it all there? h5, rook f5.
Oh, I don't know which square is better. Well, I don't know, maybe queen d4.
e5. I don't know if this helps.
Yeah, e5, and maybe now I go to c3. And the rook on f5 is also very, very stupid, or I don't know, queen g4 maybe.
Very sophisticated.
Yeah, queen g4 actually wins a piece, right?
Yeah.
Weirdly.
Maybe black's best bet is to just give the piece cb and just all in that position, and hope that we don't get mated. Just a piece down.
Yeah, but it's not. It doesn't feel like the kind of a sacrifice that works out. Yeah, queen d7 or queen d3, and then king e2, and then eventually I will collect.
Yeah, it's not as if white's king is in too much trouble ever. So
yeah, Chess says rook d5 here, which I blundered, which means that d4 is not the best square, but I'm still pretty certain h4 is fine. So we go. I guess we go to c3 then.
Yeah. It's really hard to
we'll see. We'll burn that bridge when we come to it, but it's not really the only way to play this position either. Like I don't really see much wrong about in just playing c takes d5 and playing kind of a drier conversion style.
Bishop takes f1, take with the
just rook takes.
Okay.
Put the knight on d4 and win slower.
Rook c1. Am I creating any counterplay at all?
Some, but I don't think it's enough because, like,
king e2, queen a6.
I blundered that check. Okay, blundered that check.
At least you can try and
you can pretend. Yeah, I would very much like not to play c takes d5. Yeah, I would definitely much prefer to play h4 and just win straight away, but. The second part of that seems trickier than I originally anticipated.
Yeah, I was wondering about flicking in b4 just to get the rook away from any rook f5 swings, like b4, rook c7, and then h4. Just
are we worried about this at all?
This is maybe. Yeah. Otherwise Otherwise, we do maybe.
Otherwise, I like your logic a great deal. Yeah, and just go h4 here. We really don't care about bishop takes c4. We'll just give mate. Like, this is not going to be fast enough.
I wonder if we're still winning after b4, bishop, rook c4, just take it, and queen back to b2, and rook c at h4. But yeah, why calculate this?
Yeah, we'd prefer not to do this because this feels like we could be missing something. I don't quite know what, but it does feel like we could be missing something. Queen g4, e5, I don't know. Yeah. Looks like it might be winning as well. Yeah, I tend to agree with you.
But yeah, Fabi, I guess he's just trying to pick a variation where it's kind of minimal risk and he's kind of can calculate his way to victory, or just get that long-term advantage without too much to work on. How about any other games? Queen a5, it looks like, was played in the rapport against Max Zulu game.
Yeah, and Richard took on f6 with the knight and dropped the bishop back to e3. Rook fd8, and I think this is going to be your kind of a Caro structure, quite likely, because if black wanted to play f5, he could have done this here.
Yeah.
But the position after takes and queen d2 is maybe a tiny bit better for white, right? Because you end up with a kind of a nice Alani either on d6 or on d5.
Yeah.
Which is eventually going to be reasonably well blocked by knight d4. And it's a bit of a free roll.
Yeah, I was going to blunder with queen b5 on the last move. Bishop takes c3.
Yeah, that would be unnecessary. So rook f8, I think, very much indicates that he wants this structure change rather than the other one. Let's say d5, maybe even rook d5, queen c2, rook a d8, and eventually we will play h6, h6 f5.
Yeah, it feels like black isn't necessarily struggling too much dynamically. You're doing very well, so the pawn structure not too relevant.
Yeah, doesn't look bad at all.
I think I'd happily take black here. Despite the slight.
I don't know about taking. I think white is not really like if I just go a3 and then start swapping everything down along the g file. I don't think white is. Yeah, we haven't done enough to be worse. I don't think.
Yeah,
but
definitely not. But I just mean I'd be okay with either side. Black just definitely not too concerned.
Yeah. And very sadly, let me see if I can find a way to bring up that position. Oh, you've already seen the move, but I think both of us would have been instantly making the same move here, right?
Yeah.
This is a very typical Sicilian thing where g5 is what you almost always just start with, just to make sure that the bishop on a5 is impossible to challenge, and if that trade ever happens, it happens on your terms with b5, d takes e5, and just generally like gaining as much space on the king side as possible is like very good business practice for black in all of these positions.
Yeah,
this looks exactly like what you don't want against Magnus.
Exactly. And I guess this is similar to that structure that we just mentioned with the doubled f pawns for black. It doesn't matter that the structure is compromised if we take on e5 now as white, because white's majority takes an age to get motoring. Black has a very clear plan, and white's minor pieces it's just so stuck. It takes them, especially the white knight, a bunch of moves to kind of recircuit itself.
I don't know if we're already like the engine actually apparently still prefers white a little bit, but long term, I think these types of structures very often start favoring black. Because I think the play on the king side is just much easier to organize and just much more intuitively understandable. Whereas what we're doing on the queen side for white is not at all obvious to me. Like chat says, knight needs to be on d3.
Yeah, quite like
so you could actually, invest 3 tempi into getting it over to d3. But even let's say we just allow you to do all that, and then we just very calmly go knight d7. I still don't quite know why we're supposed to be better with white. I guess we're okay, like king d2, king e3, and then maybe eventually we start preparing and pushing for c2, c4. But I'm still probably just picking black.
Yeah. It feels like you can't be in any serious trouble as black. And Jordan's played a move, I've got to say, Peter, I'm not a fan of at all. King d1.
No.
it's a Sicilian move. Like Sicilian players, they play King B1 on autopilot, but with the queens off.
No, I disagree with this. I disagree with this, and yeah, not just because chat told me that now black is better, and even our engine kind of started doubting White's position, but it just feels like it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
And in fact, even in this immediate position, doing something like this, I would actually understand. Just get it over to e3 so that it participates in the game.
Yeah.
Whereas, pushing it away from the center by playing King B1 looks very, very odd to me.
I guess the only justification is he wants to play Rook D2, Rook HD1 without walking into Bishop F4, but do you base...
But it's just very, very empty, right? It's not really generating... I mean, you can get them there and you're still not threatening anything. Also, your H2 pawn will be hanging, like H5, H4 here.
Yeah. Yeah, King B1, I don't understand. Especially if we're trying to clear a square to get the white knight to D3 later, we could have used B4 rather than clearing a square on C1. I'm struggling to understand.
I think it burns the tempo and also makes your position ever so slightly worse than it was before. Like, I think it's counterproductive. I think reasons for the white king being better on C1 rather than on B1 are quite easy to formulate, and the other way around, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, and without being harsh on Jordan, this is not his type of position stylistically.
No, not really.
It's very much up Magnus's alley. So King B1, a bit of an odd one. And okay, are we going to see one game disappear soon? Abdusatorov, maybe, or maybe this game even.
Only, I mean, 0 repetitions so far. Queen B5 chosen, but this is the fresh position. They haven't even done this once.
Okay.
So we don't know what Wesley feels about this. For Wesley, it's been a very quiet tournament so far, right? He's done 5, played 5, drew 5. Very solid. Seemed, I think, more or less entirely untroubled so far, but he often is. Like, he generally is one of the most solid and
I'm struggling to find the word.
Risk-free players.
Yeah, risk averse, if he can be. Yesterday was impressive, I've got to say. Against Abby. That was far from a risk-free position, but he found a way to kind of guide it towards calmer waters. And in this position, I'm just struggling, I've got to say. If we can't use G6 because of Bishop B7, F5 doesn't look so stable right now. Well, where do we go with the white queen? Queen D2 lines up a sacrifice, maybe. But it doesn't
Bishop
feel
B7
like
again, maybe even now.
Yeah. How about Queen F5? Let's try one. Just temporarily, I can't hit you. With
we won Bishop B4. Yeah,
that's the idea, I guess. Bishop B7 again.
Queen F5 played, by the way. Yeah.
Okay. We need a good answer now. I'm wondering whether we take on B7 and just play Rook D1, just at least the materialistic way.
Yeah. Here with the queen on G2, I wouldn't have been so worried because we could have just played knight C7. But when you're taking on D7 with the rook, I'm much less happy about things. I don't think I have a good reply here. I think this is just better for white. So you have to do something else.
But Bishop B4 is a bit scary, at least. I'm sure computers aren't too worried. They'll just say, okay, the white queen goes back and after G6. But how do we meet this? Unless it's something super clever like Queen B6, Bishop B4, Queen G6. But that feels too convoluted.
Yeah.
I don't.
Chat said there's not. I guess maybe I can, armed with the knowledge that this is playable, I guess I can figure out why. Maybe we go knight C7, Rook D7, Queen C8. Question mark.
And if I just defend my queen, or I've just been given a hint by our lovely producer. I'm not sure. Maybe this one's playable as well, but it might be something even more clever. after rook d1, d6.
With this intention.
Yeah, wow.
Like I considered it for a second, but I kind of gave up here, which I assume is sort of one move too early.
That's crazy geometry.
Yeah.
The bishop caught in the crossfire. This would be so easy to miss. I mean, I don't think I'd see this in most classical games.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm definitely showing off with queen b8. I suspect queen d7 is also playable. We don't need to be. Although I'm gonna say maybe it's not. Maybe knight e5 c4 actually keeps the material here, and I have to play queen b8.
Bishop takes d6.
No, knight f6 in the end.
Knight f6, yeah.
There's knight f6 in the end.
Yeah, queen b8. I mean, it's nice, right? You protect d4 as well. Stop any.
Yeah. No, it's a very cute move. It's a very cute move. I just wasn't sure if it was strictly speaking required, but maybe it even is. Yeah.
I mean,
which makes it even better.
With a tactic like this, maybe the momentum is on black side. You got the passed a pawn long term. White has to be a bit careful. Wow. Okay, so bishop b7. I wonder how fine the margins are here if we don't play bishop b7. If we assume that, for example, if Vincent in his calculations stops at rook d1 and like us the first time round.
Bishop b7 played by Vincent, by the way. Vincent is playing very confidently today. Yeah, and this is one of the kind of a good things we do know about Vincent is that he appears to be a very, very level-headed young man with a very decent sort of a sportsman's nervous system, where he's not very easily tilted. He's not very easily shaken by setbacks, because yesterday must have been a setback.
Yeah,
he defended a very dangerous and a very difficult position extremely well, and then sort of lost it all over again in the third time control in the eventual sort of eternal time trouble that appears past move 60.
Yeah, and after his performance at the World Rapid, he's going to be full of confidence. Getting silver there, so impressive. And to play bishop b7 that quickly, I've got to say.
This is a good sign. Yeah, it might be, honestly, what I was arguing for is maybe not that stupid either, because my point was, if let's say you play, did you want g4 or queen d3 or what?
Originally one of those moves, but queen d3 I was worried about rook d8 just.
That was my large point. And in case of g4, I can actually force it as well by playing g6 and then rook d8. And here h6 is hanging, so I'm less happy. So I was also looking to maybe improve on it somehow.
Maybe you flick in c4 after queen d3. I don't know if that kicks you to a worse square. That's relevant.
That is a sensible idea. Yeah.
But also, as you say, g4 is hanging in that line, so rook d8, I think you have time for.
Yeah, rook d8. I just don't like the idea of taking with the bishop. It feels like we're misplacing our stuff a little bit. But g4 is like h3. I just need a decent move here, and I don't think I will be doing too poorly. Maybe even weirdly g6, g5, because this remains such a stupid piece that you can get a position like this and play it.
Yeah, and
I don't know if that's horrible.
Yeah.
But we're getting very carried
c4
away
as well. Maybe it was extra good.
But we're getting very carried away. Let's briefly maybe take a look at some other positions and then go on a short break. So this is what's happening in Keimer. Ding versus Levon Aronian is Ding has a nice little safe pressure, I guess, because the fact that very interesting. So bishop a5 was played. White played knight c3, and then simply knight takes d5 and bishop d2. Levon took, and white very, very importantly got to play for a5 and not allow a7, a5 from black, meaning that there's no outpost on b4 for the knight on d5. And now you have kind of pleasant pressure because you also have this very useful square on c5 for the knight.
I'm very surprised
if
Levon played
knight c5.
I've got to say a6 as black just feels really kind of unnecessary.
Yeah.
Is white really threatening to play a6 himself? It doesn't feel that way.
Not sure. Yeah, I think I tend to agree with you. Yeah, you could definitely find reasons not to do it. Yeah. Anish did play bishop4, and Arjun is now thinking. Notibek is trying to keep the game afloat by, after rook takes c7, he's played rook a1, a4, meaning that if black simply takes, there is no immediate way to take these guys off the board. That is not to say that black is much worse after, I don't know, even 98-86.
Yeah.
Very often, like, nobody ever does that, but like even this position is very often just a draw. Because this knight is a very, very nice blockading knight. The pawn on e5 is, it does generally produce additional counterplay. But of course, there is no need for Prague to sort of wave a white flag here. As hard as all that, queen c5 seems playable, for instance.
Yeah, queen c5 looks good. Maybe just rook d8 as well. Just get that last piece.
Yeah, there's absolutely no need for Prague to beg here. So I think he's completely fine. Jordan played king b1, rook h, g8, a4, b4, and is now thinking. I guess he now goes knight a2, c1, and maybe d3, but generally moving the pawns from a6 and b5 to a5 and b4 should be in black's favor, because it's going to be much harder to attack them on the dark squares. Yeah, I like where this is going for Magnus. I think Magnus will be quite enjoying how this is progressing.
Yeah, agreed.
A very weird little move there chosen by Parham. I guess stopping queen b5, but he could have... Yeah, I don't know. Does that mean he doesn't want to play d6, d5? How much can we read into his decision not to play either f5 or d5 here?
Maybe he's just asking White what his next move is, because rook fd1, still d5 is possible. Knight d4.
I like knight d4.
Actually,
I don't know why we're giving White such an easy ride to play that move, actually.
Yeah, that looks
seems like
productive.
a very, very logical next move.
And I don't really want to take, but if I take you...
I think I just do this, and...
Yeah.
That is not to say that the position after d5 has decreased in quality dramatically. I think it's still playable for black, but I definitely feel that giving White this trade so easily...
You always have to worry about
life easier.
d5, for example. You have to start worrying about queen e3 here, and that's...
Also that, yeah, also that as well, yeah. a6 is a bit mystifying, frankly. I think he was maybe kind of interested in stopping queen b5 from happening, but I don't think it was as important an idea as all that. So, yeah, not sure about that. And this is the position in Fabi versus Gukesh. Our entire line appeared on the board. Fabi played h4 quite quickly, in fact. D takes, h5, rook f5. The queen did go to c3, as was expected, knight e7. And I think the problem for Gukesh is, among other things, we can just go b takes c4.
Yeah.
And we can claim that we're also material up.
I'm also very interested about rook h4, Peter.
Yeah, or h3. I don't know which one is stronger, yeah.
Just going for
no, it's just poor. It's just very, very poor for black.
Yeah. Maybe black has to play f6 there. That's ugly.
Yeah.
And now, worst comes to worst, we take on c4, as you say.
Yeah, we just take, and we will still have some kind of an attack on the king side eventually, but we have a reasonably healthy extra pawn on c4 here. The rook on f5, it doesn't inspire much confidence. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this was just utterly lost.
Yeah.
All right. This, I think, concludes the roundup. And let's make a kind of a mental note / promise to our viewers that when we come back, we do take a look at the challengers, because we've been completely ignoring the challengers so far. We'll be back in, I don't know, 5, 7, 10 minutes. Whatever happens, happens. See you then.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome back. This is the second segment of our coverage today of round 6 of both the Masters and the Challengers in the Tata Steel 2023 Wijk tournament. And as promised, we're coming back with the Masters, where Mustafa Yilmaz so far was in the clear lead on 4 out of 5. And he is playing white today against Thomas Bertsen. What do we think about this position?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things we should note. So it is a hanging pawn position with d4, c4 for white. Looks like you've got the maximum in terms of the white knight on b5. It can never be challenged. Long term, it feels like white should be doing very well because of that piece. And the black a7 pawn's a target. But knight f4 is coming. Black's bishop's are pointed towards the king. He's slightly concerned here as white. I don't know, Peter. It's unclear what white does next. So it feels like we've achieved a lot, but how do we stem the black counterplay?
Exactly. It feels like maybe it's time to actually invest some time and attention into making sure that the counterplay on the king side doesn't materialize, or at least if it materializes, it's not as threatening as it could be in some other cases. And what you're saying about the knight on b5 being very, very difficult to challenge is true, but I'm a bit surprised by how much the engine likes this for white. It wouldn't have been at all clear to me that we're doing such a stellar job here with a7 will be weak in endgames, but this is still quite far from any kind of an endgame, and things that are about to start on the king side do appear to be quite real. Plenty of play left. This much is, I think, very, very clear that this game is far from decided. Could still go in all kinds of different directions.
Yeah, he's played queen b3. I like this, just meeting knight f4 with bishop f1. Very calm. Yilmaz in general is a very good defender, so yeah, we'll see. But
yeah, this move I do like. This move I do like. It shows very good sort of vision of the board in general, like maybe making a queenside move, which is a very useful defensive move on the king side, is generally a good sign when you see ideas like this. And maybe in some cases you could be somewhat interested in bishop a3, queen a3, trying to bring those endgames that I was talking about closer, because you will have to worry about the a7 pawn if an endgame of any kind actually does appear on the board. What do we have elsewhere? We have a very sharp position in the game between Ilic and Adiban, but yeah, it does look like it's sort of sharp in only one direction, really. This has gone kind of off the rails here a little bit for Adiban. It began as a classical King's Indian, and then Adiban went for the takes rook e8 f3 c6 line, which has, I think, a bit of a dodgy reputation. But I don't remember exactly why. I think, isn't this where this happens? No,
King h1 is one of the main moves.
I think this is where this happens, right? This h5 knight f5 line is from here, yeah.
Yes, yeah. But recently, Black hasn't been playing knight h5 after King h1. I think there are other moves. You can start with d5, or you can just play knight d7 and.
Yeah, and what Ilic has done instead is just to move bishop c1, g5, which is interesting to me because, it looks like it very much runs sort of head-on into queen b6 with all kinds of counterplay, using all of the pins and attacking b2 and so on. But clearly, both of them know why queen b6 doesn't work here, which is why Adiban did this, and then this, and then this. But by this point, all of this has backfired to a really spectacular degree, because things have started going back. The bishop on h3 got traded, and now by move 23 there is no semblance of an attack for black on the king side. White is entirely stable on the king side. These knights are kind of horrible, and the one on f5 looks very, very beautiful. Tempted to say this is winning for white.
Yeah, with best play, it does feel, if you have the time to kind of play a luxury move like b3, then it feels like you've got full control. And like you say, at some point, white's queen is going to come over, queen g2, queen h3.
A couple of very nice positions for black elsewhere. Jawahir Sindarov is It's actually surprising to me that the engine doesn't like it even more than it does. But this is obviously a very, very pleasant position. It's a kind of a once again, we return to the fact that this is how people play the gioco piano these days, like the old, very, very old school. And honestly, it does feel like a bit of a diagram of kind of an exemplary game from the black side, which is, this is how you react to bishop g4, bishop g5, bishop h4, and this is why you aren't supposed to be afraid of it. Seems like everything has gone swimmingly for black. The f file is now open. The king on g8, I think, is actually maybe safer than a king on g1 by this point. The bishop on c5 is very strong. I guess we go knight e4, maybe actually even king h2, and knight g3, fg3 is not such a bad development for white in some cases. But yeah, I'm preferring black here every day of the week, and I'm surprised the engine doesn't like it as much as I do. And somewhat sadly for us, things have gone, I think, slightly pear-shaped for Elina Roberts today. And yeah,
2 pawns down.
I wanted to say she is very unlucky with the pairings, but I now realize it's just an incredibly strong field, because she does appear to be playing 2600s every day, apart from actually in round 5 before the rest day, because she was playing against Thomas Bertson, who is not a 2600. But yeah, it's just a field full of 2600s, frankly. And yeah, we're somehow two down without really much to show for it. How did this happen? That was an h4, h5 Caro, where people do these days tend to gambit stuff away. And already on move 7, Elina here played b4. And black, I think, very wisely decided not to take. Queen d1, e6, c3, queen b6. And yeah, you have to wonder if white could play a2, a5 here. I think white is potentially strategically winning, because black will never find a good pawn break. But the way it happened in the game, once your queenside structure starts being destroyed, it's the king on e8 is very safe, and it's just very difficult to figure out where your counterplay is going to be coming from. c4 is a cute move, creating a threat of rook a3, knight f5, c5, once again reestablishing that threat. Momentarily I was very shaken by the idea of allowing knight takes d4, and then I realized rook a3 exists again because the bishop on f8 was locked out. But Alexander very carefully just played queen c7, bishop e2, knight d7, and white is now gambiting stuff away on both flanks, with not really very much to show for it. I guess we can play bishop c3, which probably forces rook a7, and then perhaps we can play something like knight f4. But I'm still struggling to understand where long-term compensation will come from.
Yeah, I guess you could kind of triple up on the b and the b pawn, force black into total passivity, but yeah, what next? You're right. Knight f4, black can just play g6.
Yeah.
I guess black here is happy to castle sooner or later and just play rook b8 and defend everything. I guess maybe the question will be whether black can make progress with such passive pieces when the time comes.
But I think eventually you can probably prepare f7, f6 somewhere, or something along those lines. It doesn't look very promising. A bishop a3. This I completely missed. This might be at least a potential explanation for previous play. Somehow I just ignored this option altogether. But now the rook on a2 is locked out. We probably want to play knight c3 next move. Although even that, like if you imagine black just castling here, waiting for knight c3 and then giving up on a3 and taking on d4, this looks like it cannot possibly be any good for white, frankly.
Unless h5 is hanging, there's maybe some counterplay there. Also, what happens
b7 is hanging though, yeah.
Yeah, rook takes
We're
b7,
probably
I'm
taking
afraid
b7.
of. Queen a5, maybe just to attack 2 pieces.
Yeah, queen a5, I thought we will be playing...
You have to play bishop b4 or bishop somewhere. And then
queen a6 maybe.
Yeah, at least I
knight,
can get my rook out now. Yeah, at least she's creating some threats, some counterplay. King G1 here, I guess, at least to get out the pin, and Knight C3 is vaguely in the air.
Yeah, this is still not as clear as I'd anticipated, and Bishop A3 does seem to be an important motif to prevent Black from very easily stabilizing by bringing that rook back to A7. On other boards, we have Jergush Perhac enjoying a very, very nice Grunfeld endgame. The kind of a Grunfeld endgame you generally very much would not like to have from the Black side, from the Bishop E3 Grunfeld, which has been a kind of a bane of my existence for my entire career. I've never really liked this particular system, and I've tried more or less everything against it. And the line I recommend in the course is, I think, a very good indication of how I feel about this particular Grunfeld, because I ended up giving, via whatever move order you choose, I ended up giving this line. Rook C1, we go, how does it go? Bishop G4, D5, B5, this thing.
Okay, it's quite sharp.
Yeah, which basically by move 15, you're very often just 1 or 2 pawns down with absolute mayhem on the board, which is very, very difficult to control for either side. Specifically because I've always really hated defending endgames like this, even though the engine does hold them in most cases. Like, I've looked at this endgame, the engine does suggest that if you play it precisely, you're okay. But you're never, ever fighting for 3 results against players who know what they're doing. And I never really sort of enjoyed the process at all. And Vaishali, go on.
I blame Kramnik, I was going to say.
Yes,
luckily,
yes.
not every opponent is Vladimir. He won't be able to grind us down every time. But
yes,
yeah, it's I agree, difficult.
This definitely reappeared in large part because of his efforts. So yeah, blaming Kramnik here is entirely justifiable. And yeah, the endgame we have on the board right now is sort of exactly the kind of an endgame that I'm talking about. A3 rook b7. A3 is a clever move, by the way, because knight on a6 has no squares, and a3, I don't know if it's the best move, but I like it because just making it as difficult as possible for Black to bring this into the game makes a ton of sense. And now after rook b7, the only thing we need to be sure about is that we have a way to control b5. Because I think against the pass, let's say, Black very much wants to play b5 and then rook b6. Because now there is a target. But if we can control this counterplay somehow, we have full control over the one open file here. It's unlikely to ever change because the c7 square is controlled by the bishop. We have a much better, much more centralized king, which is useful in an endgame. We can eventually start creating passers in the center. They're just annoying endgames. Even if they're not that bad, they're just very, very annoying. What else do we have? We have a very sharp position in Mishra versus Tabatabai from... This is a very recognizable structure, in particular with the white king being on b1. This pretty much always comes from this classical Slav. Do you have any experience playing these types of structures? I have none.
Yeah, more so in recent years, I've started dabbling with the Slav quite a lot as Black, and with white, I'm obsessed with the bishop pair, so I go for these from time to time, but not extensive experience, I've got to say. And it seems to be holding up for Black. At least a lot of top players are kind of just happy to go into this because it gives you a playable, super flexible position with both colors, nothing too forcing. So yeah, I mean, if we advance to the game position, I know Mishra has been playing this with both colors himself. I remember he was playing the Slav quite a lot with Black, so he must know a thing or two. And if we get to the game position, perhaps we can
it went
try and work out what's going on.
Bishop g6. White didn't even play queen b3 here, which I thought was kind of the norm, but whoops, did I do something I shouldn't have? Feels like I maybe have done something I shouldn't have, but I can't. Yeah, hang on. I've done this before, and yeah, there it is.
Go.
There it is. Yeah. And a very interesting point here. After queen c2, Tabatabai goes a5, and after c takes d5, he just takes with the knight and queen, which is
interesting.
Yeah, which is quite unusual. I think a5 signals very much that we're not going to be recapturing c takes d5 because giving up the b5 square to such an extent is very unusual. But I would have expected he takes d5 here being played without much even thought given to it. But instead, he went knight d5, queen d5, and then also traded the bishops away.
Okay. If you get time to do this, at least it makes some sense what he's been doing, because otherwise you give up the pawn center and the bishop pair for free. But okay, castles queenside. Yeah, this pawn structure is very hard to evaluate, I've got to say. The one we get in the game.
a lot of interesting potential discussion, like inflection points here. For instance, for me, it would have been absolutely automatic to play a3 in this position. For white, I mean.
Yep.
Because I really do not like the idea of this pawn landing on a3 as it happened in the game, because it gives black potential squares to use against our king. And also, if, let's say, we imagine this ever becoming an endgame, I think I would like this pawn to be fixed on a light square where the bishop can actually pressure against it in some sort of a distant future where queens come off. Mishra instead goes h4, a3, b3, which is still fine. If black could in this position play knight b6 b4, you would be very upset, but it takes them forever. Like you can imagine a route from b6 to b4, but it really does take absolutely forever. And we can also just snap on a6 when it appears there. So it never actually arrives. But if we look at the current position, there's now a queen on that square, which is also a bit annoying. You have to pay attention to it. But white also made progress on the king side. There's stuff now being opened up.
Yeah, it's a pity black had to commit his king to the king side somehow. It would be nice to have it sat on e7. I'm not sure whether he had to do that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I guess king e7 now allows white to maybe break things open with d5 or f5, and he kind of weighted Mishra quite nicely to block things up in the center.
Wanted to ask you, what's the latest you ever castled in your career?
I remember this move 37. Whoa! Queenside against Howell. Yes,
that probably beats my record. Yeah.
I was very proud of this, Peter. I was literally waiting. I was completely winning, and I realized I could castle any time, and I waited till the last possible moment. And it wasn't even it was good enough, but it wasn't the best move. I just couldn't resist.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, by this point, it doesn't matter at all. Yeah, and also, it's a kind of a famous story by this point, but one of my kind of proudest, weird, pointless moments of my chess career was... and today somehow is the day for this conversation, which is very strange, because I wasn't specifically steering it in that direction at all. But once again, I am tempted to recall that sequence of 4 losses in Linares 99. And the first of those 4 losses was a Grunfeld against Vichy, in which, very famously, I could still fight. Like, I was probably losing the game regardless, but like 2 or 3 moves away from my resignation, I felt like the position is bad enough that I should go for becoming part of history. And I made a move which loses instantly. And it was very obviously losing instantly. I knew I was losing. But in the final position, it gave Vichy the choice to win the game with, like, I don't remember exactly the move number, but it's a high number. It's like high 20s, maybe early 30s.
Yeah.
Short castles check.
Whoa. Okay.
And when I made the move that loses to short castles check, I was faced with a very unpleasant realization that rook f1 also wins on the spot. So I did something that I've never done before or after. I made my move, and then I spoke to my opponent, and I said, Vichy, castle, please. He looked at me very strangely, but he did castle, and I immediately resigned. Yeah. But I wasn't going to ruin my experience by him playing rook f1 there. Like, I was going to make absolutely sure that castles actually is the move there.
You're a sucker for punishment. Well,
there's no way I was allowing him to play rook f1, because I would just like immediately defeat the purpose of all my previous actions.
Did he tell you afterwards which one he was intending to play?
I can't remember. Honestly, I think he would have castled. I think Vichy also like understands the style points and things. So I think it was likely he was going to castle anyway, but I really wasn't going to leave that to chance. Like, there's no way.
I do appreciate that, a player with kind of artistic flair. I'm very grateful to Peter Heiner for allowing me once the kind of box of pawns on e4, e5, d4, d5. He played the final move, allowed me to get that box, and then resigned. That was very sporting. And I don't understand players as well who kind of question why we allow checkmate. I once, my opponent sacrificed a queen. I allowed a checkmate because it was so beautiful. And afterwards he was like, didn't you see it was mate in 2? Why didn't you resign? It's like, come on, we got to show this to the fans.
An actual question like that from your opponent, not spectators.
From my opponent.
Well, no, that is unusual, because I think in general, opponents do realize and also appreciate why you're doing that.
Normally.
You occasionally get questions from like the audience as to, because I've also done this once or twice. I think I once, the loss that equalized my score against Magnus, I allowed mate on the board in Baden-Baden 2019, because it was also kind of a funky looking mate and with 2 very, very far advanced pawns. But yeah, Magnus wasn't too surprised, or definitely wasn't annoyed by it.
He didn't ask the question.
No, he did not ask me why I did that. We both smiled, and it was a kind of an enjoyable shared moment. Anyway, this is a mess. Who knows what this is? And on kind of a similar topic, we have a game between Erwin and Max Warmerdam, which is actually from the same line, but Erwin did play Queen B3 and not Bishop D2 here. But if we compare this position with this position, I think it's pretty clear that Amin is doing much, Mishra is doing much better than Erwin. Because Mishra has actually started something on the king side here, whereas in Erwin's case, I think it's pretty obvious that most of the running is being done by black here, and you are just defending quite an unpleasant position.
That steed
like B3 is a threat.
You
don't really want to play B3 yourself, because this will be a very, very important square for all the black pieces. I like this for Max.
Yeah, it looks like a dream for black.
I think this covers the current situation in the challenger. So let's go back up and see what's happening in the Masters. So where do we go there? All of this happened in the game between Wesley and Vincent did not play Queen C8. Vincent played Rook D8 straight away.
Maybe we just forgot that this was possible. We wanted to pin the white rook, but Rook D8's very clever.
And weirdly, like, I thought this might be kind of very risky because E6 happens, but E6 we take with the knight, we don't take with the pawn. We absolutely drive the point home that this is still mate in 1. No, not 1, 2. H4 played by Wesley.
And I wonder whether Vincent's idea is to kind of transpose back with Queen C8. You can still force that look.
But now I am kind of worried about allowing E6. Although FE may be okay. Yeah, maybe this is just fine. I keep on being very worried I will blunder something after E6 here.
Yeah.
And the difference is, with this no longer being mate, I will be quite happily taking on E7. So I think E6 forces F takes E. But then, unfortunately, you have to trade pieces. But I am actually still sort of interested in this, because after Queen takes, I just don't know which square to choose. There's 2 options, Queen G4 or Queen G6. I think maybe it's actually clever to combine them. I go here,
and if
I try to
E8.
provoke Queen E8, and then I drop it back to G4. And I think I'll win the H6 pawn here, right? And that might be something.
Unless I play H5 to save it.
And the chat says Queen E5 is even stronger. Yeah, okay, yeah. This I just didn't see.
Wow, so this could land on the board. Does black have any options along this line? Maybe we don't need to start with Queen C8?
Yeah, let's take a look here. But I think by playing Rook D8, we have sort of locked ourselves in a little bit, because the bishop is hanging, and Rook D7, Queen D7 definitely does not look right.
Unthinkable, to allow the white queen in like that. G6 doesn't really help. G6, Queen D3. Yeah, the problem is H6 is hanging in.
H6 is always going to be hanging for sure.
Yeah, I was hoping for something clever here, but I don't see it really. Okay, so this doesn't help. Black is a bit stuck in that case. We're running out of options.
Yeah.
I don't see it, to be honest. G6, Queen D3. Maybe we can play Queen C8 here again, but H6, I mean, it comes at a cost now. Yeah, maybe just a slightly careless move order.
Yeah, but then you have to ask yourself, what would be the massive, massive difference here? Like, what's the move here if it's not Rook D8?
G6.
Okay. And now Rook D8. No, but then we lose the H6 pawn.
Do we flick in C4 maybe?
C4, Queen.
And now just H. Oh wait, no, the bishop's hanging. C3 doesn't really help.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm choosing D2 correctly. I could go all the way back to D1 as well, even.
Okay, for argument's sake, if I give you the H6 pawn and just try to get everything off the board and argue that my queenside pawns are scary.
I think it's a very solid argument. We just need we need a good move in this position. Maybe it's just A5, A4, or maybe we stop 94 first, like 96. Yeah, we stop 94 first, and then we just start pushing. Yeah, I can very, very easily believe in this being quite unclear.
Yeah, I mean, it still feels like white is the one who, with accuracy, can ask some questions, but at least a better version of what we might get in the game for Vincent. Because now, if in the game position he plays G6, Queen D3, we get the same thing, but without the pawn on C4.
Yeah, we can't flick in C4, and also we're actually. No, we're not failing to. Yeah, we get the same, right? We get the same, but we get the same well, I mean, definitely a pawn down, because we like, I think, C5, C4 being already on the board.
Yeah,
it feels like a useful move in pretty much every single case here. You have some counterplay even in this version, I'm pretty sure. But
and how bad was this line if Queen C8 in the game, E6? I know we were winning our pawn back, but was it more than just winning the pawn back after take?
I mean, bishop takes also exists, but it's very awkward after Queen G6.
Yeah,
this also actually I like less. I think
you can take on C5 at the minimum. Maybe.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm blanking on Queen C5. Absolutely, yeah. So Queen G8, Queen E5. Let's go 95. I assume Queen E6. Choose a square.
Oof. Actually, yeah, 95 is coming if I go to the wrong square. H7, I guess.
H7, yeah. This looks very risky, frankly.
Bishop takes H6, maybe?
Yeah, even that, yeah, because a GH just straight up loses to this. Luckily for you, you still have knight f4, but I don't think we're saving this position.
Definitely not enjoying this.
Yeah, everything is hanging. You never have time to play bishop d6 because knight f7 collects. Yeah, looks like Wesley's in control, and you have to find. I still feel like maybe you're right. Maybe the best bet by this point is going for. Is Queen G4 any good? Or Queen H3?
Queen H3, you're protected. Yeah.
Queen H3 specifically to after Queen C8 to simply take on A7. Is this worrying?
Could I play something flashy like Queen E4 here? Just to go active.
Clever, because there's Rook D1 in the end. Yeah.
If you try and take both my pieces, yeah.
But
yeah, I don't know how effective this is. I'm activating one piece, but I've got so many other problems.
Yeah, bishop H6, and you still have everything hanging, right?
Still, yeah.
I don't know. This looks risky for Vincent all of a sudden. Yeah.
Yeah, G6. I mean, at the very best, you're going into an endgame of pawn down. So yeah, it's not fun at all.
Okay, let's move on for a bit because I think we've spoken about this enough. Looks like Wesley is now in charge because Vincent. It feels like maybe like if you realize D6 or I guess maybe even D5 is an option. This is where you should go because it's much more forcing. Like in this position, if Queen takes C5 happens, we go knight E4. I don't think we worry too much. And as established after bishop D6 rook D8, the bishop gets picked up, and the resulting positions are probably just very level, right?
Yeah.
Like Queen C5, Queen B8, this type of position. If white just goes G3, black is not going to be better, but black also shouldn't really lose at all.
I'd be slightly optimistic with the A pawn of some endgames.
I mean, white just goes B3, and you never actually get it past A4. I think it's just a draw, but it's a safe enough draw for black. So the first possible inaccuracy was not playing D6 or D5, and then we suspect Queen C8 was actually weirdly important to start with Queen C8 rather than Rook D8 here. because we were getting some extra time compared in very similar positions.
Yeah, also because we missed rook d8, but yeah, it just happens that, unfortunately it's the wrong move order.
So let's take a look at some other positions. We have this in the position between Ding and Levon. White is, I mean, a touch better, but the knight will come to b5, I assume, and then you can start exerting a lot of pressure against the e4 pawn, d4 pawn. So,
yeah.
What's your feeling?
It feels like if white was better organized, if the white rook on a4 was, I don't know, sitting on e1 or the third rank somewhere, then it should be great attacking chances because black's structure is really bad. But yeah, I think you're right, knight b5 specifically, and unless white is in time, I'd still be slightly worried that somehow white could hold everything together long enough to get the white knight to c5, but queen g4, knight b5. Yeah, it
feels like it's nice, but maybe not enough for white, right? It feels tolerable. The scenario that I've described as a very, very hypothetical one in the game between Noribek and Prague actually did materialize. After rook a4, Prague played rook fc8. Here, the engine was actually suggesting e5, e6 as a possible improvement, but that wasn't necessarily winning as such. It was just maybe stronger than what Noribek did. But what Noribek did do is actually just win the a6 pawn. And they are now playing this position, which, I mean, white has 4 against 3, but winning these types of 4 against 3, which are actually quite common in the open Spanish, is extremely difficult.
Yeah.
To such an extent that I would say probably draw is favored here.
You think if the queens came off, still quite an easy draw?
I think so. Well, this is just such a nice blockading piece, and
how about if it? Go on. Sorry, I was going to ask if the queens and rooks come off. If it's a pure knight endgame with 4 versus 3.
That would now slightly depend on tempi, because like if you do it, like let me find a way to trade here. Actually, this is a very good example, because if it's black to move, I play f6, I'm pretty sure I don't lose.
Yeah.
Because 3 against 2, they're also quite scary, but I remember I once had a conversation with Sasha Grishuk about this topic, and he said that we have this irrational fear of like knight endings being very dangerous and very easy to misplay, and even 3 against 2s being tricky, specifically when it's knight against knight. But as long as you keep your wits about you, you really aren't supposed to lose them. And I have since held 1 or 2 a lot more comfortably than I expected going in to the endgame. So I think this is okay. But on the other hand, if white gets to, like, if you play, I don't know, h6 and white goes knight e4 and then maybe gets g3 f4 in, those maybe become a bit tricky.
Yeah.
But also, like, why would black ever consent to those pieces coming off is not clear to me.
You can imagine maybe a set of rooks coming off or a set of queens, but not both.
Yeah, not both. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I think Noribek will press, but I also think Prague should generally be holding this quite comfortably. An extremely sharp position still on the board in Giri Erigaisi, which before was met by h6, bishop h4, king b8 takes, and this looks very promising for white, but still looks like it shouldn't be very easy to play.
Yeah. Are there any immediate problems with the diagonal, the black queen and white and the king? If white plays e6, for example, I guess we always have bishop d6 to block. But yeah, it does look terrifying. If black gets one more move and parks the king on a7, I'd be very okay with Erigaisi's position. Might just be a matter of tempi. So bishop g3 or e6. Which one do we start with? Bishop g3?
Yeah, he's got bishop g3. I assume king a8 will be sort of more or less blitzed out. And for black, the setup seems to be like, I think with the king gone from the diagonal, I don't think e6 actually achieves very much. So we're going to try to put some pressure against the d5 pawn. So black will try to play queen 6, knight b6, I suspect.
And e6, how are you reacting? Queen
just
c6,
c6, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, rookie one. Yeah.
Yeah, important not to blunder this, right? But
that would be a big mistake.
As long as we manage,
I guess knight b6 or knight f6.
Maybe even knight f6, trying to put it on e4. Because we don't really have to worry about knight e5 because it breaks the connection with the e6 pawn.
Yeah. Those black pawns are very strong in the center, somehow holding some important squares. It just visually looks so good for white, but I guess long term, yeah, there's no guarantees.
Instead of e6, you can do something like rook fg1, I don't know, queen c6, queen g2, knight b6, and then maybe try for a4.
Clever. Yeah.
Yeah, because a5 might be a very annoying threat, and if you do take on a4, it gives me like immediate access to exactly the kind of an open file that I badly want to have access to. This might just be completely unplayable because you just get mated on the queen side.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very dangerous for Arjun.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to be in his shoes right now.
No.
I like this approach as well, just kind of locking things down in the center, knight f3, bishop g3, and then kind of switching towards the black king, rather than getting carried away with my e6 suggestion, maybe just a bit hasty.
In Magnus's game, Jordan actually achieved great progress on the queen side. We left it here, knight a2. Magnus chose to include bishop takes d4, which I think is a nod towards a5 takes, and c3, which maybe he didn't like very much because, you know, it looks beautiful on the king side. You will have some breaks, but the structure is very locked down, and the queen side is becoming maybe a bit of a battleground. So he's gone bishop takes d4, and then a5, c3, takes, and d5. This obviously being the difference he was looking for. Here he is able to challenge the white center, and in this structure, the bishop on b7 really isn't doing very much, whereas in the game, it will now be quite active along the long diagonal. And then Jordan went bishop c4 and b4.
It's very clever.
Very clever, yeah. Opening up the a pawn and creating a passer while hiding the bishop away on b3. The king side eventually got completely locked down with h5, h4, rook b5, and Magnus has just played rook d8. This remains a very sharp endgame.
Yeah. I mean, white's a pawn looks potentially extremely strong. Who would you take here, Peter?
I think black. I think in practical terms, the risks white runs, if let's say this king somehow gets to g3 and then some sort of, you know, f5, e5, e4 happens and the g pawn starts becoming vulnerable, are much more, because I think the point is, if you just, once again, this is not going to happen, just as an illustration, you get it all the way to a7, you ignore the fact that rook g7 just wins the pawn. My larger point is, it's just still going to be extremely difficult to challenge this very simple setup in a way that won't allow black to, at the very worst, to just give up the bishop for the pawn on a7 and then collect the entire king side because of just how much effort you have to expel to even generate threats on the queen side. So I think the a pawn, scary as it may look, it's not really running very far as long as this bishop stays on a8, whereas the king side could become vulnerable. But all in all, yeah, I think it's fine for Jordan. But I think if I had to pick, I'm picking black here.
Yeah, and it will come down to some type of calculation later. I despite the evaluation bar being roughly in the middle, I don't see this being a kind of simple draw for either side, actually.
No.
Or maybe even a draw at all. I'm trying to work out which pieces we exchange if we're white. I guess we keep all of the rooks on the board, or at least
we're definitely not taking on e5 of our own volition, because we want to keep the king on f6 for as long as possible. But king a3 before would be
exactly
one way to proceed, or maybe king c3 to, I don't know if we even want rook g2. I don't know what that does.
Yeah, I mean, does black rush with this plan? I don't really see anything else productive for black to do. For example, king somewhere, king a3, king c3. Do I take on b5 and start running in with king e5 already? It feels
weird to bring the passer closer to the queening square, but
yeah,
maybe we do. Yeah.
What else? What else? That's the question. I guess we could start with king f5, perhaps. Start marching already. Although I'm slightly worried about something like rook c7 and leaving one guy behind to his doom.
Yeah, rook c7 is something that needs constant attention as a kind of a small threat that is not that easy to parry.
Source of disturbance somehow.
This is it's a difficult endgame to assess.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure who I would take, to be honest. I like your arguments for taking black there, but yeah, at least white has kind of an easy next move or two. Bring the king forward and then calculate later.
Yeah, we'll see. And despite this, this might look quiet and actually maybe even might look somewhat risk-free for white due to the fact that you have an outside passer. Yeah, I'm not at all sure we will not see quite a lot of excitement in the conclusion of this game. Rapport versus Maksudlu did actually end up featuring the structure that we were expecting earlier, but via a somewhat circuitous. That's not how you pronounce that word, right?
A roundabout way. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Very, very well done. Yeah. So 94 did happen. Parham reacted by playing knight e5 and bishop c4, which I guess explains why he wasn't that worried about 94, because taking on c4 now forces white to lose more tempi. And actually, this would have looked sort of more and more like your Kara, right?
Yeah,
in a way.
You could certainly imagine this coming from a Caro-Kann or similar openings.
Yeah. So Richard played rook fd1, rook ac8, knight b3, bishop f4, and Parham started with b5 and then played d6, d5 eventually anyway, and this is the current position. The very easy sort of surface comment here is that b5 is not at all hanging because it more or less immediately loses to... I mean, loses may be a harsh word, but it does feel like it loses.
Yeah.
You never, ever do this to your own structure, I don't think. So a normal move here would be knight b3, g4, I think. But you have to at least be somewhat worried about b5 before.
More than somewhat. I'm very worried about it.
Yeah. So what do you like? Like, if we don't like knight d4 and we definitely don't like... he's played rook d4. Okay.
Okay.
Richard answers that question for us.
It wasn't one of the moves I was going to suggest, I've got to say.
I wanted to say this is a draw offer, but it's not quite a draw offer.
How would this be a draw?
The reason I thought this was a draw offer was this. Okay. Whoa. This doesn't work at all. Okay. I take everything back.
Yeah, it does leave the white rook on a slightly odd square. I don't know really how black can... I don't know which move order I want to try. Queen b7, ideally I want to play, but knight a5 might be slightly annoying. I want to play f5 at some point and open up the black bishop, but the black knight's currently pinned, so not much joy there. Yeah, very strange square for the rook, but it looks fine. I guess black can always move the bishop, bishop e6, bishop c4. Maybe if we want to play safe, that bishop c4 maybe, just to cover b5. And if you take, I might consider taking with the pawn.
Well, you'll have to, but
yeah, I wasn't sure.
You're still doing fine, I suppose.
I could maybe have taken the rooks off. Oh, but f7 is hanging. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't actually see that. I thought c takes d4 was winning material, but it really isn't. The bishop f7 is quite strong, though.
Yep. So, yeah, removing the light squared bishops does feel like it's kind of a safe approach. I don't know if black can hope for more.
Yeah, white clearly is setting up to play rook a d1 and to simplify And this is something you need to be somewhat wary of, right? In particular, now that we've played b7, b5 and created this target on b5. Like if you make some kind of a less say fair move, in which I think we even maybe include f5, and after rook d1, you find yourself having to allow this massive trade. Let's ignore for a second the bishop takes b5 exist, and just put knight d4 on the board. This is, I think, exactly the kind of an endgame you don't want to play. You would very much like to have more material to generate active counterplay with, because this might actually be a little bit unpleasant.
Yeah, that's the thing with this structure. Black needs activity or some dynamism, or just to compensate for the long-term consequences of White's queenside majority. So
Absolutely.
I do feel like now might be one of the critical moments. The more I look at it, the more I quite like rook d4, just to clamp down on the counterplay, and slightly awkward for black.
It's just a very nice multi-purpose move. It stopped b5 before, which was definitely a major source of potential counterplay for Parham. And it also sets up rook d1, which, as we mentioned, is an integral part of what White is trying to achieve, which is mass simplifications, if we can get there.
Protects the f4 bishop as well, which is very handy in a lot of these tactics.
Yeah. And the game we've spoken quite a bit about earlier, but have been ignoring since, is the game between Fabi and Gukesh, which after queen c3, and actually on the break, I saw our chat mention that the engine thought the best move here was queen a1, which was apparently even stronger than queen c3. One potential reason for it, the question in chat was, can I explain why? And I said, well, it sidesteps all kinds of potential, counterplay against the queen on c3, which on a1, just nothing can challenge it. But also, I think very simply, we can play rook h4, provoke f6, and we can take on c4 with a piece, and then with a piece again. So that we don't even have a weakness on c4 for black to, I don't know, hope for endgames. In the game after queen c3, knight e7, Fabi did take with a pawn, f6 was played, bishop e2, rook c5, knight d2. Of course, knight e4 was not allowed, bishop b7, rook h4, e5. And I mean, of course, White is still winning. White has, an extra pawn, safer king. Not really very much going for Gukesh here in terms of active counterplay. But you can sort of see some outlines of positions which could be less completely lost. I don't know. I'm not going to be over optimistic here about Gukesh's chances, but
this is the best position he's had since quite early on in the game. So
since queen b2 maybe,
since queen b2 for sure. Okay, Fabi's just played knight e4. Makes some sense. Do we take this piece? Is it just too strong? I don't think this.
I don't think we can
be
allow
tolerated.
96. I think we probably need to take it away. But let's say we talk about this position, and we
rook d8 or something.
Somehow imagine that, like queens have come off the board, and we have defended against the immediate incursion along the d file. Maybe got one pair of the rooks off. And we have, I don't know. I can't really set it up, but imagine these pieces are gone. Let's say this rook and this rook is gone, and the black king is on a6. And we have played rook a5. You can start seeing how black doesn't lose, right? There is some counterplay against this pair. Maybe you can get the knight to d6 to block off the g file. And I mean, it's still going to be annoying. It's still not going to be any kind of an immediate equality or anything like that. But you can start seeing the outlines of positions where our very nice control over the dark squares might give us legitimate drawing chances. But we're still obviously very, very far away, because as long as the queens are on the board, you feel like eventually White just restarts the attack on the king side and wins.
Yeah, I would just want to play rook d8 and try to head towards those types of positions, just to start swapping pieces and hope to survive some endgame, as you say. Still not easy, but I do remember Gukesh having a difficult position against Fabi as black in the Olympiad for a little while, and then turning things. You never know.
That was a strange game, right? Because it felt like he came out of the opening and with problems. But then at some point we had an occasion to kind of go back and check what the engine was saying. And it looked like whatever problems he had, they were maybe to some degree optical. The position wasn't really all that bad. And then by move 25-ish, it became completely fine. And at some point, Fabi had a very clear repetition he could have gone for. But I guess the match wasn't really standing so well for the American team. And Fabi, in general, I think, playing board 1 for the national team with Wijk is not the kind of a person who will gleefully take a repetition against even a very strong kid, but still a kid. You know, in a very, very important match, you do feel like you're supposed to be playing on. And like 7 moves later, he was lost. And he was not allowed back into the game from that moment onwards. I don't think this kind of a scenario is likely to happen in this position. This is a very difficult position. These problems are not optical. Black is just a pawn down, and
but once your opponents escaped from you in the past from a difficult position, or Fabi would have been at least confident of his position out of the opening in that one. Once your opponent escapes, you do have this kind of thing at the back of your mind, this doubt. It's like, oh, if I can't put them away here, maybe Fabi will think, oh, I could have checkmated him. I could have had more. This advantage is still there, clearly. But somehow it does feel like Gukeshi stabilized somewhat. And after rook d8 here, I'm not completely ruling out to come back, or at least a kind of a save. He's played queen e6, also looks very logical. And maybe we come back to this one a bit later.
People are saying Jordan has played somewhat inaccurately here. He's done something we really were expecting not to happen. He did voluntarily take on e5, but he is, I guess he calculated this enough, and he feels that his counterplay against the f7 pawn is combined with something. Because you have to wonder what the move is after rook f8.
That king is very, very quick, that black king.
Because if you have to drop it back to c2, like if you play, I don't know, a6, king g3, rook c2, this might be okay, or you might at some point, like black goes e5, for instance, a7, f5, e4 next move, e4 next move, and then you suddenly find yourself completely incapable of keeping the g2 pawn alive, and those just queen. It's not entirely unlikely that this happens. So I'm very curious. There's also some kinds of ways to go in immediately, like rook d2, rook g2, of course, is an option, but it does allow rook takes f7, followed by bishop takes e6 if you go in. And this feels like suboptimal because we've destroyed our own structure, and the one we want to win is really this one, like having given up f and e, just winning the pawn on f3. First of all, this loses to this and the a pawn queens. My arrows are famous for being extremely straight. I don't think this works.
Maybe king g3 instead of rook d2. That would be the way to. Actually, still e6.
You still give up this one. I really don't like giving up this one because it protects h3, and also very, very importantly, in the current position, this piece does extremely little. Very, very little.
How about
and giving it a very beautiful square on e6 feels wrong. Just very simply.
I agree. It's hard to imagine Magnus playing anything other than rook f8, to be honest.
I would have thought so as well, but
he wants to win.
He spent a little bit too much time on this decision already, which means that there is something that we're missing. Is it maybe f5? With the idea of now going in with rook d2, rook g2. But then we have to find the refutation of rook f7, which we might not have.
It will lead to something similar to what we've discussed, maybe even a better version for white, unless there's something super clever here. King e5, bishop takes f5, bishop d5, there's rook f8. Unless he just wants to go behind.
It feels a bit fancy, right? Feels a bit unnecessary.
You're not winning this as black ever. Really.
I wouldn't think so. No, I wouldn't think so.
But did we find anything for white after rook f8? Because is there a reason not to keep the tension?
Not so far.
I was wondering about rook c5 to just try and stop black from advancing, stop black from making progress.
He played something very, very remarkable.
What's he play? Oh, wow. Bishop d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I must admit I wasn't even considering this.
Yeah.
And
which I mean, it's a very concrete idea because we get to the G2 pawn, like in all of these lines. We get to some kind of a position like this, right? A7, rook a5, and now we play, I guess, like king c3, king h3, rook g7, and
do we get any further than here as black? This is the question. King h2. What's white's plan? Just to harass.
Well, I want to get it to b6, right?
Okay, and it's a race. Rook a1, king
rook
b5.
a1. We want to go king b5.
Yeah, if I can't cross the g file, it's really frustrating for black.
This looks like a draw.
Yeah.
This
H3,
looks like a draw,
B6,
which I don't
B3.
think it's a risky draw for black, but I also don't know how we're going to win this, right? Like you can go king g3 takes f3, for instance, right? But then after king b6, suddenly rook a5 is a massive threat, so you actually have to go in with this. And this is, I mean, quite an obvious draw.
Yeah.
That's just...
Are we missing anything along this line? Bishop takes d5. Does he want to play... E takes d5 doesn't
No, I don't think so. Yeah, if you take eg, then in this position, even rook f5 starts.
Yeah.
Or rook g7, I don't know which one you like better, but yeah, it feels weaker.
Yeah, it feels like it also leads to a draw, to be honest.
The Night Whisperer says bishop d5 must be a blunder, as rook f8 was 33% better. Minus 0.06 versus minus 0.08. Which is
groundbreaking.
Math is unquestionable, as young LPR correctly says. Yeah, those are facts. those are hard, cold facts.
But in those types of situations, it's just about kind of a stylistic thing, right? It's like rook f8 gives white a bunch of choice, maybe more chances to go wrong. This is very linear. This is very direct, and it's unless we're missing something, it's just a matter of counting and.
Yeah,
white seems to be well in time.
After king takes h3, maybe g4, but we hang on. So we go. Yeah, I don't think we get there. I think we don't have time because there's always a rook. Okay. G4, fg, king g3. I guess is the point. Yeah. G5, h3, g6, h2, rook h7, rook a7, g7. And we have, and we do this, this, and this.
Oh, wow, Peter, that is...
And we probably, no, hang on.
Beautiful.
Take queen, I wanted to play rook a8, but queen takes
a8.
Yeah, I wanted to stop queen a1 check.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, there's queen takes a8. Okay.
The g pawn should also fall to some checks there. But,
yeah, so how do we make a draw here? We can always throw in king b4 somewhere. Yeah, so the rook goes to a1.
Okay, does it change anything?
What does it change?
Can we protect our pawn now? King b5,
yeah, maybe
king b6.
We go king b5, h3, king b6, h2, rook h7, king g2, g5, and if you play h1,
feels like white is
like if anyone is winning this, it's not black, right?
Probably it's one of those draws with the rook trying to get back to the 8th rank, and white has to allow a repetition to stop that.
So check.
Oh,
and king d7 loses to rook h7.
Yeah.
Sorry, rook a1.
It draws.
I mean, doesn't lose actually, because king a6 is still a comfortable draw. Yeah. So margins appear to be quite wide actually, because everything we're watching appears to be a draw. Okay, let's leave this to stew a little bit after bishop d5. I think Jordan did not expect this, so he'll have to have some decisions. And things have developed over here. King 8 was played, queen d2, knight b6, and the move a4, which I honestly thought was absolutely automatic. The engine criticized quite harshly. It liked knight d4 for some reason, and then rook fd1, and then I don't know what, maybe king h1, f3, bishop f2 eventually or something. But it wanted to play this extremely slowly, yeah. Whereas Anish has gone exactly for the plan that we were naming. Argent took on a4 with a knight. I guess the idea is that after queen d5, we have rook d8, yeah? Very, very important trade of a rook, using the fact that after the trade, taking on c4 is impossible, and then this pawn survives, and it's coming quite strong. So rook a1 played, and Arjun is still thinking.
I can't fault Anish for not playing a slower, kind of more positional approach, because this looks super scary for black.
Yeah.
And it's very human as well to kind of give yourself kind of easy play, a very simple target, and build up to the time control.
No, I like this very much. Yeah, I think I would have done the same, and I would have been honestly pretty certain I'm doing the right thing.
Yeah.
After the game, I would be very surprised that the engine was suggesting anything else. Like, it's one of those situations where, like, you just shrug and think, yeah, okay, if this is wrong, I don't want to be right. You know. Like,
yeah. And there is a threat. Rook takes a4 is a huge threat on the board. So black has to guard against this.
Weirdly, queen c2 is a massive threat as well, I think.
Just winning the a4.
Just winning the a6 pawn with check.
I wonder whether we can be super clever and play like rook d8 to try and get to b4 if I can, because now rook takes a4 doesn't quite work. I think I can take and block with the rook, and d1 is
hanging.
Hanging.
Yeah, and I want to welcome Tex Chess, which I believe is Tex de Wit, a Dutch comedian and a chess aficionado, who I believe was leading the Dutch coverage during the round yesterday in Ajax Stadium. Welcome, Tex. How you doing? He says, "Show Alireza's game, please," which is solid comedic credentials being shown right there.
There's always a few comedians in the house.
Yeah.
Not this year, unfortunately. Rook a1.
Not the previous year either.
That's true.
No, not any year, seems like.
Yeah, might be a while.
Yeah.
I read about those rumors recently about Alireza going into the fashion business, the fashion world.
Promoting what exactly?
I don't know. I just read it on various sites, actually, multiple sources saying that was a new career direction for him. Don't know how viable that was. It's not April Fool's Day as far as I know. So, yeah, rook a1 looks like Anish is turning the screw in this one.
Google search for Alireza Firouzja fashion produces articles on his attacking style, so I don't know.
Okay.
I'll do some more investigating off air.
I think I read it in the Leonard Bardin newspaper column, so quite a reliable source usually. But yeah, let's get back to this game. Anish looking quite excited.
Well, understandably so, and I mean this is a promising position, and Arjun is also somewhat down on the clock. Neither of them has plenty of time, but yeah, rook b8 actually played. Yeah, you correctly predicted the move here.
I mean, it's just to bring
very
defensive
logical.
pieces.
Yeah, you won this rook on before a b3 maybe in some positions, and as you correctly pointed out, just protecting against the rook a4 queen d5 threat, very, very important. We can chuck in e6.
Yeah, here
pretty
I was
much
hoping
anywhere, but I don't know what it does.
B4 there, just so that I can take on e6 without having to worry about my knight on a4. If knight e5,
yeah, and now I want to start maybe looking for useful jumps.
And can I be really boring and take you and take on e6?
Fate is hanging, right?
Oh wait, b4 is also hanging. Yep.
Yeah. No, that was the
yeah.
That was the.
Forgot about that. I thought you'd take on d4.
Yeah, so you have to find a square, and my sort of, I don't know if it's a larger or a smaller point, but like queen b6 looks natural, but then knight c2 attacks so many things at once that I really don't think this is salvageable.
Maybe I play queen b7 just to protect
which
d5.
Which is why I think you have to play queen b7. But even in this position, I think knight c2 is potentially very painful.
c3,
and then I just need to find a good square.
At least I can put my rook on the 4th rank now and defend my knight. Rook c4, rook e4.
Maybe a good square doesn't exist, which would be a regrettable occurrence. But let's say queen e2,
rook e4.
Oh, that exists. Oof. For some reason, I only calculated this, and I thought, okay, I'll go rook db1, and then I'll reassess my options. But rook e4 is just
solves everything
miles stronger than the previous option. Yeah. Okay. We can see on our screen that the engine disagrees with rook b8 and just generally stops. Appears to have to no longer like Arjun's position at all. But I'm struggling to figure out why.
Yeah, it does feel like it's hanging by a thread, so it's not too surprising, I guess. We could also start with queen c2, e6. We can investigate a bit more. I'm curious. Yeah, there's not that many more forcing moves. Knight d4. Do we play it positionally? Just
knight d4. I was a bit worried. I'm forcing you to do things that you might not really hate doing at all.
Knight b2 is a clever one.
Just getting it. I mean, I suspect even this is maybe not that easy for black to play, but you do have your own trumps. Like I go rook b6 and maybe rook c8, c3, c2, and so on. It might cost me my king side, but like if the c pawn gets to c2, I might not care about the king side anymore. So yeah,
I'm sure chat will throw some suggestions at us soon, but
not yet.
Yeah, maybe it's just one of those positions where it's nothing immediate. It's just a way to keep control somehow and force black to contort somehow to defend. Yeah, I'm expecting e6 somehow.
I like including the bishop in the game very much. I'm not entirely sure what it does, but hang on a second. No. I mean, it's really regrettable that we don't have do we ever we never really have a tempo here to play like h3 or h4, because I realized that I have rook b1 here, which I originally didn't see, but because of my back rank, I lose to all kinds of things. Like queen d7 is very strong, and so on. So we would like to not have this issue, but we continue having it. Of the back rank issues.
I guess it's a question of picking when to play h4 in the current position. Maybe you can get away with it, but black will have moves like c3.
And finally, some suggestions have come in. Jalil says machine just takes on d5 in your variation, Peter, after c3. I considered it. I just did not at all think this was clear. Like I got here and I thought, okay, c2 is hanging. I still cannot take on a4 because I get mated on the back rank. And I mean, just like king f1 wins or something, or h4 or something. But
from afar, it's so hard.
Yeah, I'd be very reluctant to go for this, because if we are wrong about this position, we're very wrong. Also, rook a, I guess rook e4. We actually control enough with white to be able to do this, because we control the very important a1 square here, and this
just in time to play rook takes c3 as well. If rook
a2, we're just in time to collect. King f1 with small h but super complicated play, which is what Chess24 chat says. Like rook b2, actually king f1, rook c2, rook a, e7 here wins. Okay. Then I can sort of believe it, but I also want to say...
Actually, does it win in that final position? Because there was rook c1 check, rook e1.
Rook e1. Who knows, Maybe we've lost this with white. Well, I mean, not lost, but we're in trouble maybe, because e7 falls.
But I mean, this is the kind of thing that Anish will be calculating and maybe struggling to draw conclusions just like we are.
But this is exactly the point, that if you give me this position already, the one after, where is it? This one. If you show me this position, I will probably play king f1 in a practical game, because I will just rule out everything else. And in particular, if you have some time, not maybe on 30 seconds, but on 15 minutes, I back even myself to find decent moves in this position. But to go specifically for this from here, and to believe yourself to actually kind of correctly assess that this is your best, is very, very difficult.
Keeping the queens on when you're trying to attack feels...
there are so many options. In the meantime, chat told us that 5e is now just straight up winning. This is the position. It looks like maybe even queen d7 check, very, very simply, just simplifying into an absolutely winning endgame, because takes, you can't really give up on h7. But if you play king g8, you're also, your life expectancy here is not has to be very low.
The bishop must get in somehow.
Yeah, just bishop d3, f5, rook f5, rook g5, e4 there.
E4s, yeah. Maybe bishop f3, maybe from this route. I think we can
f3
take
and then d5 and then maybe f7 or something.
Yeah.
Looks horrendous.
How did we get here? We left it queen e6.
Queen e6, queen d2, and Gish played rook a5 here, which I think is understandable because you do feel like you need to generate at least some counterplay. And then Fabi went in with rook g4 and h6. And after knight g6, he is still thinking. I don't think queen d7 is necessarily even the only move. Maybe there's something.
Bishop f3 looks
Bishop f3 looks also very, very tasty, right?
Yeah, unless black can play
king e7.
King e7, yeah.
Somehow, because queen b4 we have rook c5, but I mean, all of this frankly looks kind of lost.
Yeah.
Even this position, like I go rook d5, you go rook fc8, I spend one tempo on rook g3 just to make sure nothing is hanging, and then I will put the bishop on d5, and this is just
slowly but surely. Yeah.
Bad.
I do wonder whether Gukesh missed a trick, just getting pieces off the board. When he played queen e6, it felt a bit like a nothing move. I would have expected rook d8. At least if you get rooks off the board, long-term chances of holding.
Yeah, I thought so as well. Yeah, I thought trying to simplify a little bit should be quite good. Yeah, and flicking in c4 c5 here apparently is also very, very strong. Just
rook takes,
and now we go queen d7 check. The point being that in this position we have rook c4 and.
That's not easy.
Yeah, this comes with. I've been reading a little bit. Warning, like this is you're not talking to me. You're talking to a superior brain over there.
The silicon stamp of approval.
Yeah, the superior brain does this and says +5. So
somehow I sensed that this was beyond human capabilities.
No, I think I considered c5. I just didn't realize that the change that it wants is specifically to have access not even to bishop c4 straight away, but this rook c4 move is just very, very painful to face. And I guess the point is after this we give a check, and now we take on c5, and these types of positions with bishop c4 check coming in are just like utterly lost. This pawn on h6, the alpha 0 pawn on h6 is going to be the decisive factor. And Fabi has 4 minutes, but this is move. Actually, this is move 29, so he does have to make a decision. It's a very good position for him, but he does have to make a decision.
Just with briefly 4 minutes, c5 is difficult, but
yeah, I think so. Just briefly to update the viewers, Jordan played all of this. This is already move 42, and all of this has been played onto the board. And we assume both king h2 and g4 are draws. And also, interestingly, this is the position in Anisha's game.
Okay, so we're doing some decent guessing. Could be headed in that direction with queen takes d5, this whole variation. That would be crazy if it does occur.
Yeah, knight c2, the only move that does anything at all. I will now switch it off, but I was kind of curious. So the line there, it's not Sese, so I don't know how correct it is. The point apparently is that in this position we have rook f4.
To see from afar. But...
Yeah, and then we've also taken care of rook c1 checks, and after bishop h4, we are somehow in time. I just need to remember exactly how to do it, but I think we just go.
G3?
No, we include the check. We include the check here. We take and we play e7, I think, and we end up here, but I'm not sure if we end up winning or not.
Good luck finding this over the board.
yeah. Knight c2 already played, but as I said, the big issue is to just go for this entire line.
Yeah.
But once, let's say, you get here, you realize c3, c4 is a massive threat. You would actually much rather not have the knight on d4 hanging, so you do play knight c4, knight c2. For Arjun, it feels like there is currently no choice whatsoever because this is hanging, and if it goes somewhere, you just drop the knight on a4. So you can't really help but play c3. I guess this is the turning point because maybe Anish convinces himself that he can play, I don't know, queen g3 or some kind of a quiet move here, which is not queen takes d5. Yeah. I don't think he ever plays this because he will not blunder rook e4 as I did. But I think you can sell yourself on the idea of playing queen d3, waiting for black to play, I don't know, rook c4, and then playing, I don't know, rook db1 and just continuing. This I can imagine. But I can also imagine him just taking on d5 and actually finding much of the line that I just quoted, simply because you just take it move by move. You don't calculate it here. You don't calculate it here. You don't even attempt to calculate it here. You just decide that you're taking on b5. After b2, you consider your options. You find king f1 out of necessity. And it goes like that. It continues going like that, move by move by move.
Wow, Peter, Fabi has played this whole line with c5. That's so classy, I'm going to say. Just simplifying into a dominant endgame rather than cling onto the extra pawn.
Yeah, I'm guessing rook a7 also wins here, but I think rook c4 is just such a classy move to make. Just make sure that you trade off the one somewhat good piece that black has here, right?
Yeah, rook takes a7
makes perfect sense.
At least then you allow rook c1 and maybe rook h1, and black threatens rook d8 sometimes. It's slightly annoying. At least black can hope to survive a bit longer.
Yeah.
Probably still lost, but
I think having gotten here, you do generally find rook c4.
Yeah.
I mean, the one difficult thing is to assess rook f7, but I think it's very accessible. It's not going to give too much trouble to a player of Fabi's caliber to figure out he is pretty much completely winning in those types of positions.
Yeah.
And he hasn't.
Okay, wow. Maybe it's
proving,
the situation.
Proving that he is actually a human. Who knew?
Yeah, still looking promising.
Still looking very nice, yeah.
And he has gone rook c1, rook h1, just eliminating that alpha zero foot soldier there on h6.
Yeah, but we just I assume we plant the second one on the 7th and we still win, right? We just go rook gc4.
Yeah.
Rook h6, rook c7, and
it's like the rook c4, rook b4 maybe. I'm not sure.
Or we could actually go after the b6 pawn as well, but I like just, doing this, putting the bishop on d5, putting the king on e2, and then winning sort of any which way. Like it's going to be, because despite equal material, black is just like utterly helpless against
just
most of our plans. Yeah.
Even king c3, king b4 start shifting that direction. Yeah, looking good.
Yeah.
So where should we go? Decision time for Anish.
Whoa.
Oh, okay, this has changed.
Yeah. And he has actually done exactly what we are suggesting he does. So after h4, he definitely is aware enough to figure out things. He's gone g6. Queen h3 has not happened. There was, I guess, some reason for not going in that direction that they both agreed on. Wesley played queen d3, and then they went for this, a5, b3. And after b3, Vincent found a very, very cute way to generate immediate counterplay. Knight b5 followed by knight a3.
That's not immediately obvious. Maybe Wesley had underestimated.
But also h4 is hanging, right? So he's attacking c2. And he would probably want to play knight e1, but then we just take on h4 and we claim that we are like just maybe better because we have equal material and threats. So Wesley played c4, a4, and now g3, finally covering the h4 square and obviously intending this.
Yeah, this is a weird standoff between the knights. I guess White just wants to march the king to d3 in order to free up the knight and take on b3.
Yeah, you might actually be somewhat threatening 92 as is.
Yeah.
Bishop c7, I think, is a way to try and, maintain this weird
Bishop b2
equilibrium.
Bishop b2 is to free up the white knight.
Bishop b2 is strong.
I guess the question is, does black have anything else than a6?
I don't see it.
Yeah.
I don't see it. And now maybe we do this. But after f4, we still haven't really won any of those pawns.
Yeah, it's close, but bishop c7, bishop b2 there, we can't quite take on c4. Yeah. Just
It's interesting that the engine thinks this is equal, so seems like we're missing something, because the positions we just discussed, they didn't look equal.
Could it be something to do with, I don't know what move order, but a, b3, knight d2, f6, just to try and open things as quickly as possible? I'm assuming bishop b2, but Just guessing here. E takes F6 doesn't help.
There's a number of questions here, right? Because first off, how confident are we this is a draw?
Not fully, but
honestly, this might be just completely fine for black because I have even maybe this option.
Okay, and
because like this is going to be a very strong knight on c4.
Yeah, king f1 d3 to stop.
Yeah, king f1 d3, king e1, knight c4, and then I mean we will definitely win at least the like. White also has
g4 h5,
like d3, king d1. I'm guessing this ends up being a draw. Upsettingly for all of us, yeah, because I can't figure out a way for black to win more than this stupid bishop for both of these. And then white will very easily trade the final one with h5. Yeah, this is still a mess. What's the clock situation? The clock situation is 5 against 15 for 7/8 moves.
Whose position would you say is easier to play here? It feels like the onus is on black at least the next few moves, but
does feel like that. Yeah, I think for white, many of the future moves, like in the immediate future moves, will be more or less forced. Like I don't know. It's very complicated.
Yeah.
Agreed. In the meantime, Anish did not play king f1. Anish did find queen takes d5, but he did not play king f1.
Yeah, h4 feels more natural somehow. Especially if you don't spot this rook f4 or that rook check kind of sequence that we were talking about.
So let's check the most obvious thing. What happens if we do this?
And take and
yeah, and this is not the perpetual if you go in this direction, but I guess you like if you continue going this direction, you lose. Yeah.
So this would be a draw.
So it's at least a draw, right? Because I guess it's a draw if you go here. Like you probably should not be crossing the f file at all. It feels like if you do this, you're really kind of tempting fate in terms of some kind of c3, c2,
rook c4
shenaniganry, and now I don't know some kind of thing.
Just rook move. Rook d8
somewhere.
Wow.
I don't know. Rook takes like this, for instance. And I don't know how happy you are to be suddenly calculating this on like 30 seconds or whatever. Like they have more time, but
if you'd gone the other way, Peter, maybe there was some checkmating patterns. Like I don't know whether I start with rook e2 or check and rook e2.
That is actually I thought I was okay with rook d8 e8, but the other rook gives mate.
This is so weird.
Okay, this means that that e7 is
rook g4, maybe
not a winning attempt. So you go rook g4. I guess we play.
This feels safe at least. At least it's White asking the questions here. Some back rank problems for black this time. Rook d2
No, but I lost to e7, right? And then rook d8 check.
Yeah.
And this is, hang on, is this not a queen?
Oh wait, you've got c2.
This is also a queen, right?
And it's just a draw at the end.
This is
rook takes g7. I
king
can't
b6.
Force you somehow.
Well, I mean, black still has to make it because I think we lose the h6 pawn, right? I have to go here and no, we don't lose the h6 pawn because there's rook c6.
So but you could have flicked in a check rook g6 before.
Yeah, I should have done it weird differently. Yes, rook g6. Yeah, we cannot go back because we actually do get mated, so we have to go forward. Yeah, now we go rook c8 and we get this position.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could win the a6 pawn somehow, but I'm not sure that was ever possible.
Yeah, and this is who knows what this is. I'm giving up.
The chat can count for us. They can work this
out. Let's briefly, because it feels like many of these games are about to be just mathematically decided. Let's briefly check in with the challengers because people are saying some people have very nice finishes. Irvin is suddenly, I guess, winning. I wanted to play queen g5, but it doesn't work. So
it doesn't work right now. Queen f. No, I'm a bit scared of nice.
Yeah, because I saw a mention in chat of Irvin having a very nice win here. Maybe it's queen c1 first.
And rook takes c1. Rook takes c1. Queen. Oh, yeah, the queen can't get back.
Yeah. Queen c1 is just very, very cute, yeah?
If that
we
wins,
also created this threat.
Yeah.
We also created this threat, and we're moving the rook away from the good squares. So, yeah, looks like Queen c1. Yeah, this is actually a very peculiar setup, right? Where we're threatening this, but also wherever the queen goes, the other way. You've made from there.
That's beautiful. If that
it is a very, very, like, if he finds this, he will be a very happy
camper. Feel like a superstar.
Yeah. Like, you can do this, and here somewhat prosaically you lose to bishop a6, I think the simplest, and then just rook c8 next move. And this is only one check because we control everything.
Yeah. Very, very nice. What about king h7 in that last position? Oh, sorry, after bishop a6.
Rook c1, king yeah.
Not here, just one move
here,
before.
Yeah. King h7. Yeah, I obviously blundered that. Yeah, this is not very clear. So knight c3.
Takes queen d8.
This feels winning.
It does.
This feels winning somehow, but
only we had time to lock the box with rook bishop g6 sometime.
Actually, yeah, let's just do this and win slower. And we don't need to win and then just rook c1, rook h1. Actually, yeah, this is very, very clear cut.
Yeah, actually, bishop g6 looks nice. Meanwhile, we did see on the camera there that Gukesh has resigned. Maybe we can just show the end of that game.
Yeah, so Fabi played after rook h1. Fabi, as you suggested correctly, played rook b4, rook takes b6, and then rook b7. And yeah, I mean, this just does seem utterly hopeless. You never generate any activity. This rook is tied to the protection of the h7 pawn. This rook is tied to the back rank, and Wijk just pushes. I don't think it's in any way premature to throw in the towel here. So yeah, the tournament continues going very poorly for Gukesh. But I think his first couple of losses were against people just playing extremely well against him. He lost to Ding, and he also lost to... Who did he lose to?
It's been a long time already.
Yeah, to Giri.
Giri.
That very, very nice rook c1 c2 idea in the supposedly quiet Ragozin. But today this feels somewhat self-inflicted because
another Ragozin, but just
another Ragozin, but
opening disaster.
Yeah, felt like he chose this line himself. Like he played all of this knight e7, b6, and bishop a6. All of this was played pretty quickly, and rook c8, c5 was kind of blitzed out. And then after queen b2, you suddenly find yourself in a potentially just a straight up lost position by move 14, having not really done very much yourself and having not really forced White to do too many outlandish things. So today does feel like he's maybe finally has an occasion to feel unhappy about his own play, because the previous two losses, like he just got in the opening by Giri. Like he ran into a very, very dangerous new idea and couldn't handle it. And against Ding, Ding just outplayed him from a very sort of a difficult complicated strategic position, which does happen. Richard drew in the meantime. Yeah, this position. We left it somewhere here, and Black did equalize here reasonably comfortably.
Yeah, Black
things continued. Yeah, things continued disappearing, and not very much left to play here. So they agreed to draw. In Magnus's game, Magnus played g4 fg, and we have established how this is a draw. I think the draw is after king g3, you just run up with the king to g6 to b6, and you are in time to start running both of your passers. So Black has to take some kind of a draw at some point.
Yeah, it's a one-tempo game, but easy calculation for these guys.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the challengers, Eline Roberts lost today. Today really has not been a particularly good day for her. Seems like she played a very ambitious, very principled line of the Caro, which is extremely committal, because by move 12, you will be like, you are either going to be much better at some point, or you're going to be strategically lost, having done this to your structure. And today was clearly the case for being strategically lost. Yergush Peshak is a bit better from that Grunfeld endgame, but this is one of those cases where there's this pawn on d6, supported by the bishop on e5, supported by the rook on c6, but it's unclear how much progress you can make.
Yeah, you can never get in with the white rook.
Yeah, it's difficult to generate threats. Even let's say you get the king to b3, you still aren't generating threats. Looks like Sindarov is completely winning against. What? Why does it say equal on my screen?
Is the rook? No, the rook's not trapped. Maybe queen e3, queen g5 check.
What on earth? Like what? I refuse.
Is there a draw? Maybe there's a forced draw, Peter. Queen e3.
Yeah, like rook d3, you give a check, and if king h7,
rook f1,
like, or maybe even knight e3.
Or just knight e3. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is actually coming back to just how safe. I remember in one of the books I read when I was a kid, I think there was a quote by, I want to say, Solomon Floor, about the king on h2, specifically behind this pawn structure, feeling like it's like in a very warm bed, covered by like 5 duvets or something. I can't remember the exact description, but it was a very kind of a picturesque description of being very, very cozy.
Living in his palace, that little king.
Yeah, and king safety is just so important. Like this one is completely safe, and this one is very, very uncovered. So white has a lot of counterplay. But yeah, my initial reaction when I saw this was, I mean, black is a pawn up. There's a protected passer on e4. Like we know what this is, but apparently we don't.
Yeah, miracles do happen. Material isn't always everything.
Velimir Ivic is still winning, although maybe not as cleanly as we would have expected, but he is a piece up now, so looks plenty good enough against Tadiban. And Erwin didn't find queen c1, but rook c1 really isn't any worse.
Yeah,
it's just less flashy, but still does the same job.
It's almost the same idea, just you're not giving up your queen.
Yeah, just without the giving up of the queen. Yeah, I mean the difference is, let's say after rook f8, we are not threatening rook h1 yet, which we would have done in the other one. Like we would have already won the game with rook h1 here. But we can generate the same threat after, I guess, like something like g3 and then queen g2, and like the threat will be generated, and black will not have a good reply to it. So yeah, Erwin will still win. Our hanging pawn position in the game between the leader and Thomas Bertsen ended in a draw. So this, I think, concludes the current situation in the challengers. Let's go back up.
Yeah, it looks like Vincent has gone astray.
Yeah, this just does not look right. Yeah, how did this happen? G3, he went knight b1. Which is a very, very odd thing to do.
Don't really see what the knight's doing there. You do force b takes a4, you force a passed b pawn, but you could have 2 passed b pawns if you take on b3 right now. I think maybe that line that we showed was critical with black trying to break out with f6, and it comes down to a race maybe, but looked like...
Yeah, yeah, and I did check. Bishop c7 is somewhat playable, but what it likes is just straight up your suggestion of a b knight to f6. I'm also somewhat curious about e6, but
king f.
I just king f8 and king. Oh yeah, we're probably in time to do that, right? King f8, like knight b3, knight c4, knight c5, king e7, and bishop b6 next move. Yeah,
yeah.
And this probably doesn't happen quickly enough. I would assume like g4, bishop b6, knight d3. b3, h5. Yeah, the king is just sorry. The king is just there. Yeah, we don't even need to use the light pieces.
Yeah,
we might be better now. Probably are better actually.
Yeah, that b pawn's very strong.
Yeah, so knight b1 is a bit of an odd one because you just left white with an additional passer that wasn't on the board a moment ago, and knights are famously very, very poor at covering those passers. I guess maybe what he meant was I am now threatening bishop c3 and b2, but Wesley has played bishop b2, and now like your choices they all look kind of hopeless.
Yeah, he loves putting his bishops on a5, Vincent. He did it yesterday against Le Bon. Bishop was on a5 for a long time, but yeah, bishop c3. You're just always
you can play bishop c3, and it actually sets up a very nice trap because what you would like to do here with white, I think, is to go a5, which I think
knight
loses
e4.
knight e4. I think this is gone. Yeah, like this is an actual queen with check. But you can play knight g2 first. I'm pretty sure b2 a5 is. Hang on, how clear is this? Probably very clear, right? We take. We don't even need to play a6. We can start with king e2.
Minimum, we get
to
the
make
king
sure
through to
this
d5.
doesn't happen. Yeah. And even if the a pawn doesn't become a queen after something like, I think we just win by force actually.
Yeah.
Because we're threatening king d3 and then a6. So you have to do this, and then I just win this knight with king c2, king b3. I know you could have gone. You could have gone
knight a2
to a2, yeah. But then, actually, I think this is much cleaner. Come to think of it, because now knight a2 doesn't stop the pawn, and if you go in this direction, you actually have no way to a8. So something like this is actually a queen again.
Yeah.
Which means that you just cannot play bishop c3. White is currently maybe not threatening king e2 very much, because then bishop c3. Maybe but we are. Yeah,
although still.
We are. So let's say we go king f8.
King e2?
Yeah, I think actually maybe even the larger problem is that I can go g4 and continue waiting and just remind you that there's going to be a passer on this side as well. But also, maybe king e2 is also winning, right?
Although king e2, bishop c3, the a pawn is hanging. So
yeah, like we
knight
go
takes
king
a4.
d3, knight a4. I mean, I suspect this is still winning, is my point.
Okay, knight b2 check, maybe.
Yeah, but I have so many of them. I can give you f2 and then go...
Just go around.
Go round, yeah. I get the feeling I will still win even this.
Yeah.
But there might be cleaner ways.
I'm
Starting with g4, probably not a mistake.
I'm also wondering about knight c3 for black in the current position. Very similar, but at least going for a pawn.
But you lose to this, right?
Okay. And
you lose to this. It's all kind of unfortunate because it does feel like you're always like one tempo away from actually...
b4, I can win the c4 pawn, maybe. Knight b6 next move.
Yeah.
At least it's a position you can play on a bit and probably still losing.
Yeah, I think this structure is a little bit too strong and you will not end up saving it. But you're absolutely right. This might be a choice you are forced to make. In the meantime, there is a question in chat. Why does Giri look so annoyed? This is his position. After h4 and bishop takes f2, he didn't even play bishop takes f2. He played king h2. Rook d2 is a very clever move here by Arjun, activating his own rook, stopping all kinds of e7, rook d8 threats, and pretty much forcing, I think, Anish to do what he's done, which is this very forced sequence. Black still has to show, I think, some slight care. Because if you do this, like, is this draw or not?
We have to count this one out.
Yeah, because this occasionally this position is lost.
Well, it does have g3 and g4 here, so...
I think it's g3, yeah. I think it's g3.
G4.
Oh, no, h5 now is a draw. Hang on. This is just a draw.
Okay,
so you have to go g4, but then I think king f6 makes a draw.
And king... Oh, I can't count here. King g8. King g6. King of pawning is the worst. Yeah, this makes a draw, right? Oh.
But we can just chill, right? We can just pass. This is a threefold. One of the weirdest threefolds. So, and if you don't take on d7, like, how clear is something like this?
King d6. King h5, king e6, and is this a fortress? Can white win rook
I'm
d4?
Guessing something like rook d4 just holds here.
Yeah,
like although, like in a practical game, I would very much like not to have
rook e2 check.
Yeah, like rook e2, king d6, and it does seem once again that we're kind of really
struggling,
hinging everything on one tempo somewhere, like the existence of g3 or g4 check. Is there a way not to calculate any of this at all? Like, is there a way to maybe just go rook e5 and claim that thou shall not pass?
Yeah, at some point White has to activate the rook. I don't know where you go. Rook f2, rook a2. And try to pass. Try to get the white rook round.
So rook d8, I guess, maybe?
Or, maybe even more clever, rook d8. And can black create enough counterplay before rook g8 happens? h5.
G6 also exists, like us trying to stand with shield with g6, rook e6. We could actually do it like chat suggests doing it immediately, which may be the simplest. I was a bit worried about h5.
Yeah.
But then maybe we just go rook e4, rook e6, and like how bad can this be, honestly? Like really, how bad can this be?
And by this point we'll be past move 40, so Arjun will have plenty of time to work out.
I think we already are, yeah. Current position is move 42.
Ah, okay. Move 42
so
already.
He is already...
Because g6 you definitely don't want to play if you've got 30 seconds left.
Oh, yeah. This is not a decision you want to make on very, very low time. So we have this. The entire line that we were talking about happened in Wesley's game, and Wesley says, I would like to have a bishop against knight here.
Also logical.
And you would have to give it to me, because otherwise the pawn doesn't fall. So we take. The bishop, I assume, goes here. This looks lost.
It's nice that the h-pawn promotes on a dark square.
Yeah. This looks lost. We just go king e2, king d3, f4, g4, and we start pushing. And we can also agree to, like, we can always keep the bishop on c3 if it gets attacked from a4, for instance. Because the setup on the king side is unchallengeable.
Yeah.
This looks lost.
Agreed.
In Noribek's game against Prague, this is the position that they are now discussing. So we left it somewhere here. Prague played queen c2, queen c1, queen c4, and the queens eventually did come off. And he, I think, very cleverly, very quickly played g6, g5 to make sure that this and this never get connected. And yeah, even if he is not making any kind of a forced draw here, the position is very solid.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine. I mean, with that rock on e6, that anything bad ever goes down. The h-pawn, maybe if the rooks come off now, should still be a draw, of course, but white's h-pawn could be a bit annoying as a distraction.
Yeah, but we obviously, our rook is so active that we never ever traded. Yeah, he just played rook a4, and now he is, I think, very happily going to start threatening to give 100 checks.
Yep. I think this one...
I think he holds this one. Jordan has played king before, and Magnus is thinking. Not entirely sure what about. Like, what would be the difference between rook a1 and rook a2? We're definitely not playing rook a6, and like, just on general grounds, you pretty much always play rook a1 because rook a2 feels weird not to have a threat of h1, let's say, when the pawn gets to h2 and the rook is on h7. But it's all very, very similar. The draw that we were describing is basically white is just in time to get here, and you just don't have very much.
Yeah.
How did we even win that rook? We somehow won that rook.
Very good question. I'm trying to recreate this.
No, king g2, of course. Yeah,
king g2,
king g2, but then g5, h1,
g5, yeah.
g5, h1, rook h1, king h1, g6, and black needs to be. Well, he's gone king. What is that?
Rook a6. Was he afraid of something specific? Was he afraid of maybe rook c7 if he'd gone the other way?
C3, a3.
Rook c3, rook a3. I mean, this is very counterintuitive. It feels like there must be a way to draw. Here?
Sure, quite clever, yeah.
Surely minimum, you should be able to take on a7 and take on g4. I can't count.
Yeah, that should be a draw, but maybe...
But
although, actually, that's actually pretty close. If we have to discuss this...
Actually, the presence of the e6 pawn means I can't stalemate myself sometimes, which... it's a bit annoying potentially. Yeah. Why is that e6 pawn on the board? King h1 would have been a nice.
And without the pawn on e6, this is winning.
Mm-hmm.
By very simply playing rook g8 here. You can just play rook g8 and it's a it's a Zugzwang, and the knight gets picked up. But with the pawn on e6, it goes e5, e4. So I don't know.
I think it's still winning, Peter. I had pretty much the exact same endgame at the Olympiad. White goes rook g2 check instead of rook g8, maybe. You always threaten checkmate, and then you pick up the pawn.
We can just take here. Yeah, we can just take here. Yeah, and after king g1, we find a way, like rook a6, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be Zugzwang sooner or later.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So understandable that he didn't want to engage with this. Rook c7 is devilish.
Yeah, and the threats continue. Maybe king takes g4.
No, I wonder if we can go king g2 though.
Mm-hmm.
g5 h3. This still looks like a draw, to be honest.
g6 h2
g7.
Yeah. Can I keep pushing?
Okay, yeah. We do not want to be playing this position with black.
I do wonder.
We're never winning.
And we're probably losing. King takes g4 just to get out of any rook c3. Oh wait, you go the other way.
No, check, and then you have to go either here or here, and I will get what I want.
We keep losing.
No, okay. Magnus is stop the press. Magnus good at chess.
He spots things that most humans don't. Yeah.
Newsflash, Magnus good at chess. Yeah.
Let's tweet about it now.
Yeah.
Rook a6. I guess we got to count again though, because White gets an extra tempo in the.
No, black is. I think we can go rook a1 simply. I think we hold this way.
Mm-hmm. And king b6.
Just h3, h2.
And then we start checking.
And we just give checks. Yeah, like if we want a draw, we always have a draw here by just check, and rook takes a7 is a threat. So no, we're not losing. As long as we don't blunder exactly what we have avoided blundering just this moment. I think we're always fine.
Yeah, he really does see these little details. It'll be so easy to just play rook a1 on autopilot, rook c7 happens, and then panic. But,
and chat says, obviously first engine line is rook takes a7. So I guess we've miscalculated something there. How? Why?
Rook takes a7, take.
Really?
h3. King f3.
King f3 maybe, but it doesn't really...
Rook h7, king g2, king e2. Wait. What?
Hello?
Are we being trolled here? Or are we missing something?
Apparently not, but...
Something super obvious. I don't see it, I've got to say. Unless it's one of those... No, it's not one of those weird situations where you can kind of just wait and push the e-pawn later. King f3, rook h7, king g2, king e2... h2. Yeah, I'm confused, Peter. I've got to say, we need help from the chat.
I'm just going to, because obviously this is people quoting table bases at us.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna ask. So rook a7, king g4.
Unless Magnus is rook a6 loses, then there's no reason any human would calculate this, of course. I think Magnus has found a much more practical way. All right, reveal to me, what are we missing? King f3 here.
I don't understand.
There's a detail.
I feel very annoyed.
Okay. Rook h7.
Yeah. No, we don't go king f3.
Okay.
We go h2, rook h7, king g3, king e3, and we go e5.
So and then the same, E4. We have the e4 pawn. Yeah.
And we are not giving up the
horsey in the corner.
Yeah, I feel very annoyed by this. This is just so unfair.
Yeah.
And like it hinges on this. Like it hinges on the fact that in this position, well, not queen, obviously.
Right.
In this position, we have e4 check. And we will be able, I guess, to
extricate the knight.
Extricate the knight somehow. Even though, like, even this doesn't seem obvious to me at all, because knight g3, we have to go for this. And, like, I know it's supposed to be a draw, but, like, my knees would be shaking so much in like rook g4, and the
you
knight
get disconnected, and
the knight gets separated from the king, and like, oh
yeah, this is never gonna happen. This is not human stuff. Wow.
Yeah. So e5.
I'm surprised. I mean, we say top computer line, but yeah, of course there must be a bunch of moves which say 0.0. Rook a6, unless we've missed something, seems to be doing the same job, just far easier, far simpler.
Yeah, I think not getting involved with this, like rook a6, I think stops all of the shenanigans, because now rook c7 doesn't actually create a single threat, because we can very, very easily force you to do all of this. And then compared to the other position, we still have rook takes a7 with a very immediate draw, because the white king is not only 2, it's still on b4. And if you force king b5, you go to a1 now. Now white will not be, hang on, rook c7 here. I guess now we go h3, h2, yeah.
Yeah, now the white king's not on
and
b4.
we're not ever touching the g4 pawn, so as not to run into this. And this is clearly quick enough.
Yeah, very clever stuff. So we're expecting a draw in this game, the Giri game. One game we haven't checked in a while is Ding against Aronian.
Yeah, I keep on expecting this to sort of disappear off our screens because some kind of repetition gets found, but as a matter of fact, it just became very sharp instead.
We've just made move 40.
Yeah, so some shuffling ensued, more shuffling, and like every single time this happens, you feel like if left plays queen f6 here, rook f4 might happen again, because we've had this.
Yeah.
So, but Lev avoids it, and avoids it. Oh no, now Ding avoids it. Doesn't play rook g4 anymore. And yeah, the current position, Ding has actually committed with all of this, and knight c5, Levon played e5, knight takes d7 on the board. I assume e takes f4.
Yeah.
I guess the knight goes.
It's maybe an argument for c5, but
here.
e5 looks like such a good square.
Well,
until you get undermined.
Yeah, until you get immediately undermined, and you have to solve more immediate questions. Knight g6 is a move, knight f3 is a move.
Rook c4, can you try and go for checkmate?
Is there a checkmate?
Rook c8. And I want to close you in with knight g6, but oof. Okay, this feels study-like. Knight f7, you can move.
Knight f7, you can include queen c2, g3, but I don't know what that does.
Yeah.
So let's start with knight f7.
You can also go queen c7, queen d8 sometimes. Oh wait, the rook's hanging. Oh. It wasn't hanging earlier.
Yeah, the rook is hanging. Yeah, I was going to be very proud of my rook h1 idea, but I don't have to be very, very proud of that. Yeah, so knight f7.
Knight f7.
G somewhere. 6, I guess.
Queen c7. Wow, it's just super sharp.
Rook d7 is a move. Yeah. Queen d7 is a move.
I want to take on f4. I don't know if that's mating or not. Maybe not. Wow, so this could be relevant. I mean, we don't need to go into too much detail here, but it could be relevant if
there's also rook h5 apparently, which apparently is zeros, if I understand which position correctly, but
chat are just spoiling all the fun.
Yeah, chat is like ruining all the enjoyment for us by saying completely outrageous things.
Yeah, I'd be terrified as black still here, especially if I have to play with like g6 or g5, but rook h5. I guess there's some perpetual.
I was after knight takes c8. Okay, not here.
Okay, so maybe we can show that knight takes.
Where?
Knight takes c8.
Just here.
Feels almost suicidal to allow knight g6, but rook takes h5.
Yeah, but apparently machine says not more than a perpetual. Do not fret. Amazing.
It looked like checkmate was locked on, but no.
Yeah. All right, so this is move 41, which is, I think, the reason for the pause, because difficult to imagine Lev going here. EF already played.
Yeah.
So I guess we are done with the time trouble everywhere. So let's do a brief roundup of what we have. We have this really messy position. Ding blitzes out knight e5 here. C5 is not forced. You can... I think there's actually a decent argument for knight c6, unless knight g6 is very strong. Queen e2 is also a move you maybe have to consider in some positions. Looks like black should not really be doing all that poorly. I actually quite like queen e2.
Unless I can take on c7 and not
I have
suffer
at least a
any
draw, right?
consequences.
Like this has to be enough for a question. Maybe not, yeah, because you have queen e1 there. But honestly, even that position
Still feels...
like queen takes b3 here, and then I start giving checks again.
Yeah, still feels like enough counterplay for sure.
Yeah. So a mess here. We assume this is winning for Wesley, because it's just very difficult to handle all of the threats which will be forthcoming very, very soon, like king e2, f4, g4, f5, h5. And the knight really will struggle to get to any square which is of any relevance.
Yeah.
This we assume is a draw. You still probably can ask some questions, but they shouldn't be very difficult questions.
That's precise calculation from Aragaisi to judge he can play rook d7, allow the king and pawn endgame, which we had to check for a while.
Yeah, this one, I mean, absolutely no reason for Noribek to offer a draw, but should still be a draw eventually.
Yeah.
I'm very much wondering if you should just play g5, g4 somewhere. Because currently, if you start giving checks, the king hides itself quite well somewhere around the 5h5 squares. Let's say rook a4, check, king h5. I think we've kind of ruined our position quite a bit, because it will be supported by knight f5, and then the rook will come in. And challenging this guy will be actually surprisingly difficult. But flicking in g5, g4, if you now play h4, now I can do the same, I think, with a much...
In e3?
Yeah. You have rook d3. You have rook d3.
Although you have rook g2 sometimes as well.
Bragg opts for knight c5, which is also a very concrete way of dealing with things, creating both this and this threat. Yeah, I think he holds this, because knight f5 is pretty much always just a very ignorable check. Yeah, this will be a draw momentarily, because Magnus is going rook b1, rook a1. We can actually wait maybe for the handshake there.
Yeah, I think we'll see it in any second.
Yeah, Magnus unable. Choice from a purely practical viewpoint. Just go rook f8 here, and unless maybe rook c4 check is strong, maybe this is what he didn't like.
Okay.
And if king e3, I have rook g4, g8 though. I don't know. This looks messy. Maybe f4 works, but you have to calculate. Maybe f4 actually does work. I don't know. So maybe there were just concrete reasons not to play rook f8, and then it's a lot more understandable. So this is a draw. This was also a draw between Rappert and Parham, and Fabi beats Gukesh, sending Gukesh all the way down to -3 after 6 rounds. And yeah, I think we'll take a bit of a break here and come back with the conclusion of the round.
Anish, meanwhile, has drawn against Aragaisi.
Yeah, nobody actually plays king e4 here, so we have to assume this is one of those fabled incorrect placings of the king, which result in the notation being somewhat spoiled. And interestingly, Levon just blitzes out queen e2 here, just is not interested in anything else, just wants to go for active counterplay. I wonder if queen takes c7, f3, rook a1, you probably don't want to entertain those ideas, because you no longer have your immediate counterplay. So pretty sure this idea is just to take on e5 and start giving checks.
Yeah. Or maybe queen e1 check, queen e4 check first, something along these lines.
Yeah, you can definitely do that and ask the question. Although, honestly, I mean, it looks like it's kind of permanently pinned on f3, but it's also not quite clear how you're going to be exploiting it.
There's ideas of queen e6 here, or
yeah, queen e6,
rook g5 even possibly sometimes.
Oh yeah, whoa, yeah, that is very, very cute.
I'm not sure whether it's strong or not, but
queen g7, knight f5.
Yeah, exactly, along these lines.
Absolutely piling on. Anyway, thanks for staying with us. We'll take a bit of a stretch and be back with hopefully the not very prolonged final segment, because it does seem, I don't want to jinx ourselves, but it does seem that today's endgames might not actually last 100 moves. They both seem manageable. We'll see. We'll find out soon enough. Thanks everybody for watching. We'll be back in a bit. welcome back to what is probably the final segment of today's show, and we have plenty of results, plenty of finished games, let's put it like this, with only one game still running. I somehow felt there will be more blood in today's round, but so far only one decisive result in a very, I want to say, strange game that Fabi won against Gukesh, because it's sort of uncharacteristic for this generation of youngsters to be so kind of utterly lost by move 15 in their repertoire openings. I don't think you see this very often. They are generally extremely well booked up and also very tactically aware, which is a combination which generally lends itself to not having losing positions out of the opening. But today something went badly wrong for Gukesh in a Ragozin, and perhaps we could, let's start with this, since we are seemingly doing a bit of a recap. This is honestly one of the topical and perhaps one of the more ambitious, weirdly speaking, lines of the Ragozin, because of its tendency not to give black forced draws. I think these days, very often, when you say ambitious about a line, it actually sort of means exactly the opposite of what it used to mean.
Yeah.
You're not aiming to refute the opening, you're aiming to get a playable position and not let your opponent just equalize by force by repeating home prep.
Just to keep things going as long as possible.
Yeah. And obviously there is a lot of very different ways of playing this position. I think rook e8 remains maybe the main line here, preparing additional squares for this bishop, and just often you see this weird interplay where there is this competition who blinks first, and black doesn't want to play dc and allow white to take in one tempo on c4, and white doesn't want to play bishop e2 or bishop d3 so that you take two tempi to take on c4. So black plays a6, white plays h3, and so on. All kinds of really weird stuff could arguably happen in these types of positions.
There's even knight a5 rather than knight e7. There's a whole bunch of options for black.
But knight e7 was clearly Gukesh's choice for today. It wasn't like he wasn't forced to do that. It was obviously done voluntarily. And then, as David very correctly pointed out, this is also very similar to the game that Gukesh himself, eventually lost, but should have won against Nuribek Abdusattor, of the game which you could, I think, make a solid argument decided the outcome of the Olympiad in Chennai last year, because had Gukesh won, India B would have been leading the Olympiad with one round to go, and probably all the tie breaks being quite favorable for them. They still would have had to play a very strong team. Nothing would have been set in stone, but it would have been obviously a much better situation for them. But speaking of today, all of this was played reasonably quickly. c5, dc5, rook c5 was also played reasonably quickly. And after queen b2, you can make a solid argument black is lost.
Yeah.
And this is just so unusual when you watch games by this generation of talent. They don't do this stuff too much.
Yeah, especially if you're playing this line with white. He would have been familiar with the ideas. To be lost 5 moves after playing knight e7 is very surprising. It's happened a few times, we should say, in this tournament. The younger players trying to freestyle a bit and maybe it not working out. I remember Jordan yesterday kind of blitzed down a line and he was dead lost a couple of moves after it left theory. There have been other examples, but yeah, Gukesh, I think it's just poor form, and he needs to steady the ship somehow. It's never easy, of course. Black against Fabi, anyone could lose this one easily, but just the style, he'll be disappointed. It was very one-sided.
Yeah, it's not really the result. It's exactly as you're saying. Losing sort of without really getting to play a game of chess is always a very annoying feeling, and he will feel somewhat like that because he did finally force Fabi to make a couple of precise moves around move 20 in a position which is more or less completely busted. You're a pawn down, your king is not safe, and there is no counterplay. And eventually Fabi did have to show some technique, but giving a player of his caliber this much of a head start is never great.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, when we were going on break, there were still 2 games running. Now there's only one. the game between Dinglier and Livonarian finished in a draw. Livon played queen e2, and after queen takes e7, he did not entertain this idea of rook takes e5, which I suspect holds. But if there is a much simpler draw here, there's no reason.
Yeah, that's a very clever move, I've got to say. After rook takes e5, Peter, queen d8 check apparently is clever.
Stopping checks from d1
to cover d1, and now to take e5,
and then we run, and we actually escape.
The game goes on, but White is doing well.
Yeah, but Lev found a much cleaner solution. He just gave a check from e1, as David was suggesting, a check from e4, and after king h2, you simply play queen e2, and there is no way White plays for a win if he gives up on f2. I mean, at least there will be perpetual, and you might play yourself into trouble if you do that. So Ding very understandably just repeated here, and the game was drawn. So the only game running is this endgame between Wesley and Vincent, which the bar tells us is completely winning for White, but you have to wonder just how obvious it is. And already, because as we were going on break, I started calculating. I think we left it somewhere here, and Vincent played knight b6. And I realized that if you do it kind of naively here, let's say you play
f4, g4 maybe?
Yeah, let's say king e4, king e6, f4. And black plays knight d5 check. No, knight d5. I assume you want to play bishop d2. And black plays a 5 check, yeah. And you have to start wondering if this is still winning or not. But Wesley has sidestepped at least this trick because he played g4 instead of f4, making it much harder for black to blockade anything on the king side. Knight a4 was the choice. You still have to ask, like after knight d5, where does the bishop go? And
if it goes in the same direction, bishop a1, just he's done it in the game, so maybe here as well.
Yeah.
I
was wondering about c4, yeah.
And now f4 to try and win this knight.
And all the pawn. Hang on, f5.
I think I can just
you take c3,
and
but this never holds, right? This never. Even f7 is probably winning. Yeah, even f7 is quite easily winning. Knight f6 check, just king f3, and then bishop takes c3.
Yep.
And because this is the right color, the corner is of the proper color for our bishop. We are not really very worried about converting this. It shouldn't be very difficult. Knight a4 chosen, bishop a1. So if you don't play c4, you will die. Not even very slowly, like f4, f5, h5 happens and position collapses. So you have to try c4 at least.
Yes.
So what's the solution? f4, f5, king d3 is one way.
f4, what? Sorry, f4, knight c5.
No, knight c5 is a very serious question.
Although king e3, it should still be under control.
What's the threat now? Let's say we go knight d3.
Good question. Black's knight will struggle to wait though, so if I play bishop c3, knights can never lose tempi. We can never pass. Feels like now I can play king d4. King d4.
Yeah, I go back to d3.
Bishop d2, knight f2. You're suddenly coming behind.
Yeah. I mean, even this might be winning, but I think in general you would much rather not play g4, g5 if you can help it, right? You don't want to do that to your structure, even if you suspect it's still enough. Yeah, and Wesley very quickly goes bishop d4. c3 blitzed out. Yeah, we should be able to solve this now. I guess we just go king d3, king d5, h5 probably, yeah?
Okay. I'm also interested about f4, just to try and stop any calculation.
f4,
sorry,
c2.
I meant after king d5.
King d5.
That position. Just to narrow black's options.
Yeah, also very fair.
Just because black's knight doesn't have too many moves. c2, bishop e3.
Yeah, I can't even really get the king to e4 properly, right? Because we have to start by making a knight move, and then the knight gets attacked. So let's say knight b2, king c2, knight c4, king d3, knight b2. But this is winning, like king e2, king e4, h5, takes, king f5, h6, king h6.
Yeah.
Like this is winning.
It might even have been a clever way to force through the pawn with the f5, gf5, and
no, I think we actually queen the pawn here because this is a kind of a well-known setup where the knight can't cross anywhere, and the e-pawn just becomes a queen straight away. But I have a feeling h5 is also not a mistake here, because I think after h5 the knight just doesn't return. I think the point is gh. If you play c2, I will just take. I'm pretty sure this is a queen.
Yes.
Because this is not great for giving checks.
The knight can never get back to g6.
And yeah, if you have to play king e6 here, I mean, bishop takes c3 is... I mean, also just king c2, king b3 is going to be winning. Also, h6 is a queen. What am I talking about? Everything is winning here.
Everything's...
Yeah, it feels like h5 is just a very, very clean way to more or less end the game here. Like, I don't see h5 played.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like the game is ending because the h-pawn just wins now.
We'll see a handshake any second. Yeah, simply a good game by Wesley, we've got to say, but Vincent, there was a critical moment. He let things go, and in this difficult endgame, this knight b1 idea, I think it was, that's the final mistake.
No, it was earlier, yeah. It was here. I wonder how much time he had at this point. Because it is move 33, and if he went very, very low on time at this point, it may be justifiable. But it is such a and there you have it. It looks like they're signing the score sheets. So yeah, Vincent also loses a couple in a row. He lost this very, very long game to Levon yesterday, and loses another one today. But when the tournament isn't really going your way particularly, 2 blacks in a row against Levon and Wesley is probably not what you want out of life. And just further sort of restating the obvious, this is a very, very strong field. And starting and playing well, and it is extremely important. I can attest to that as somebody who has never managed to do any of those things. You really want to be doing well in it, otherwise problems sort of start piling up.
Yeah. It's windy, it's cold. You don't want to be struggling with these long, difficult losses. But yeah, they'll both bounce back. Vincent, Gukesh, players like that, they're both strong enough, and still 8 rounds to go. But yeah, it was nice technique from Wesley as well.
Yeah, Wesley, he didn't really get very much out of the opening. It was a very peculiar kind of home prep because Vincent went for the position after rook b5 very, very confidently. I think this was very clearly all home cooked. And it looked risky. Like at no point did it look like it was a safe equality, but it did seem like he was equalizing. And then roundabout somewhere here, he had clearer solutions. And he probably missed the fact that specifically after rook d8, h4, queen c8, which is a move you generally would like to make without thinking, runs into e6, and then problems are quite significant. But he recovered really well, I thought. He realized he maybe made a bit of a mistake. He settled down to calculate, played correctly, played g6, queen c8, queen d8, giving up on h6, but creating this counterplay on the queen side, and got to a position which I think he would have saved if not for that strange bit of miscalculation which produced the idea to play knight b1 here. The correct idea being very simply taking and then starting to break up the white structure on the king side. And the main line, I think, very simply goes takes, and in this position, you just go king f7, and the activity and the outside passer provide you with enough counterplay to not have to worry too much.
Yeah, there's so little material remaining. It should be enough to hold.
Yeah, and this generally, like you can just do this on common sense grounds. And I'm pretty sure he very seriously considered it, because it is, I think, the most natural option. AB3 does look normal, and after 92, you realize you have to play quickly, you have to generate counterplay, or white will play f4 and will bring the king all the way to g3 and only then take on b3. So f6 looks very logical, and honestly, assessing some position like this shouldn't normally be too much of an issue for a player of his caliber, but I have a feeling he overthought it. I'm pretty sure he got here, realized it's playable, and then continued looking for better, and somehow tricked himself into thinking that this works out tactically. It's a very cute idea because knight on f3 has no squares, and he is trying basically to play b3, bishop a5, bishop c3, using the fact that knight on c3 has no squares. But giving white an additional outside passer on the a file just turns out to be your undoing here.
Yeah, especially against knights, that white pawn runs so quickly. And in the other games, lots of draws. What to say?
Lots of draws. Some of them very hard fought, some of them less so. An open Spanish between Norbek, the leader of the tournament, and Prague was somewhat uneventful. There were some interesting complications around the middle of the game, but in the end it devolved into this position, which I think we both correctly called as very likely just a draw, despite white having a healthy extra pawn on e5. So that was held. A quirky Sicilian between Richard Rapport and Parham Maksudlo didn't really feel like it ever left the equilibrium. And I think the hardest fought of all the draws today was the game between Giri and Arjun Erigaisi, in which Anish at some point was much better. It's hard to pinpoint exactly where things went wrong. I think the engine, as I mentioned, without talking too much about the opening, which was a very, very sharp Meron, which I think Arjun misplayed a little bit. But once we got to this type of a situation where black has sort of decent control in the center, but a very vulnerable king for the rest of the game, pretty much, even if it gets to a8, it still remains kind of vulnerable. It was very difficult to play precisely, but I think somewhere around here, the engine was giving Anish a significant advantage.
How do you feel, Peter, about Anish bringing Jan as a second to Vaikanze? Seems to be paying off.
Is this...
I think it's common knowledge. I saw some tweets
okay,
on Chess24.
I was slightly taken aback, but...
Okay.
I mean, it's obviously, it's a development. I've heard rumors for a while, and the first time this was suggested to me as something that could happen, I was rather taken aback, to be honest. But I'm not surprised it's working well. I think I rate Gusti very highly as a theoretician and also as a human being, which I think is very important. I think whenever this kind of a creative partnership is being formed, getting along with the person you're working with is, I think, a tremendous part of the equation.
It's probably the most important part. Right?
Yeah, and I think they are on very good terms as far as I can tell. And, the fact that both of them have a lot of opening ideas is really not that shocking.
I guess they've worked together on the Dutch team.
Anish poaching some of the former Magnus match preppers is, of course, an interesting story in and of itself. But
I guess if you can't join the Chicken Chess Club, you might as well hire one or two of them to work for you. So interesting. It seems to be paying off.
Perhaps that way you can get nominated for Chicken of the Week slightly less. But I don't know if that works.
We'll
out.
see about that.
Yeah. No guarantees. I'm pretty sure that was not part of the contract. Gusti would never sign away such an important part of their podcasting career.
A core part of his week.
Yeah. So still a very exciting round, even though at a certain point it definitely looked like we might have more than just two decisive games.
Maybe we can check in on the challenges, the progress, some of the results have come in there.
Yeah, in the challenges, I guess the saddest result of the day, I mean, there are two kind of sad results of the day for me. One being the one we already covered, where Elina Roberts today got, frankly, somewhat outclassed. I think for the first time in this tournament, really.
Yeah.
The golf in rating and experience showed, and she was soundly beaten by Alexander Donchenko on the white side of a Caro. And there's also a very sad game that Yergush Pehac lost to Vaishali, where he was pressing for the entire game, and then eventually Vaishali seems to have equalized. And this is a position on move 40. And I don't know if he played king c5 just to make sure he doesn't lose on time, or if he actually made that move with time on the clock and being fully aware that this is move 41 and he can think. But regardless, both king a4 and king takes a5 are completely fine for white. Instead, he played king c5 and just resigned, not waiting for knight takes d6, creating a threat rook b5 check, bishop d6, rook c8 check, king b5, king takes d6. And this is, it might seem strange to resign here, but really it's a completely and utterly lost king rook ending, with rook coming into c2 and the king coming to d5 and the white king completely out of the game on a5. It is completely and very, very lost.
Yeah, it's a cautionary tale. I guess a lot of people talk about the curse of move 41. This is pretty much a classic example. Just you should never blitz, never rush. Just sit on your hands, calculate, and splash some water on your face. Take a break. And king c5, it's maybe he just completely missed the idea of knight takes d6 until it was too late. But yeah, it's really heartbreaking. It shows that tilt is real, and to resign without waiting for knight takes d6, for me, that's almost as unforgivable as king c5. I would have thought, okay, black has a bunch of sensible moves. Rook b4 is tempting, knight b6 is tempting. I don't know, there might be some others, rook b2. At least wait for your opponent to show you the win.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but the tournament is going so poorly for him that I think this is, by this point, influencing his decision-making very, very heavily. And it's very sad to see, because I think he's a very exciting player. He continues fighting, he continues showing up, and sort of not just showing up to show up, but like trying every game. It's quite clear that, at least until today, his spirit wasn't really broken, and he was doing it sort of in the right way. But when everything seems to go against you, at some point it really does start to influence the way you're playing. In other results, there was a very fighting draw there between Luis Paulus Shupi and Jawahir Sindarov. In the final position, black is a full exchange up, but this king is so much safer than this king. And knight on e3 is such a powerful piece that the extra exchange doesn't really get very keenly felt. And Erwin was winning very beautifully early on. I wonder if he is still winning. Looks like he is still winning, but the game is still ongoing, which is something I did not expect. But I assume after king c2 you still win, because this probably drops off eventually. Hang on, king d3, sorry, knight d3. I guess we just go like g3 and then you take everything slowly. And some games are still ongoing. There is a tricky endgame between Ivic and Adiban. Adiban improved his position tremendously somewhere. Like we saw this for the first time straight out of the opening, and it looked like really the game will not last very much longer, because the position looks like it's in complete ruins. But Adiban defended very, very tenaciously, and now has, I think, genuine drawing chances with only one pawn left on the board. I think you feel like maybe you should be making a draw here even.
Yeah, there's a few things black can aim for, right? You can, if you get rid of that pawn, you can aim for rook and knight versus rook. Sometimes, because that pawn promotes on a light square, you can just somehow get rid of the knights, the rooks, and you'll draw. It's harder to get rid of the knights, perhaps, but in general, it's just hard to see what white's plan is to make progress.
Yeah,
black has got everything covered.
Absolutely, and with the victory over Elina Roberts, we now have two players in the lead. Mustafa Yilmaz and Alexander Donchenko on 4.5 out of 6. Sindarov is on 4, and he will be joined or overtaken by Velimir Ivic. If Ivic actually still wins this game, he also joins the two leaders. If he draws, he will be tied for second with Jawahir Sindarov. And there is one clear person who is not having a good tournament. Jagusz Pechac is on 0.5 point out of 6, having an absolute mare. Everybody else is very tightly bunched together. There's the Vaishali is on -2, having won that game against him. She's on -2, not having a great tournament, but having a kind of an understandable tournament. She is a rating underdog in this field.
Yeah, so Peter, what do you think? Should we stick with some of the challengers games? Is it time to
No, I think for
lead.
today, considering that the live games still going on are this endgame and also the, I assume, very dry endgame in Irvin's game. I feel very okay abandoning this for the day, and we will update our viewers tomorrow about how this ended. But
yeah,
it does feel like it's a logical place for us to wrap up and restart afresh, or as afresh as we can manage tomorrow from 2 p.m. Central European.
Yeah. Just one final trick. Actually, let's not point that out. Owen Lamy against Max Varmadam. Bishop f3 has been played, and
Bishop f3 I think will be okay, right? You go. Although
I was going to say, just don't take on a4 on the last move. But
yeah. This has to be winning, right? It will take much longer than I expected, but this has to be winning. It's actually a bit trickier than I thought. Like knight e3 now.
Yeah, some pawns do drop off.
Yeah,
that f7 pawn is gone. Some work to do, but he should.
I think he should eventually get there. But yeah, this could have been cleaner. This definitely could have been cleaner. Anyway, thanks everybody for watching. We will be back tomorrow with the continuation of this very exciting couple of tournaments. Both the Masters and Challenger shaping up really, really well. But for today, thanks everybody, and goodbye.
See you tomorrow.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gata Kamsky.